Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate, the afternoon sitting on this 26th day of April, the year 2023. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Members of the Senate will this afternoon resume debate on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 3 of 2023, by the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, Mandera Senator Honorable Ali Roba. The debate on this bill will be a resumption of a debate that was interrupted on the Tuesday of 25th of April, the year 2023. And this bill, Article 204, subsection 1 of the Constitution establishes the Equalization Fund, whose purpose is to finance the provision of certain services in order to bring the quality of these services in marginalized areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the country. And the principal object of this bill is to provide the administrative structure for the management of the Equalization Fund and to establish the criteria through which projects contemplated under Article 204(2) of the Constitution are identified. A critical provision in the bill also seeks to extend the pendency of the fund in accordance with Article 248 of the Constitution, again cognizant that the period contemplated under Article 247 on the life of the fund will soon come to an end before the fund has achieved its purpose. It is critical to extend the time limit for the fund in order to ensure the purpose of the fund is met. So debate on this bill already kicked off on the floor of the Senate on Tuesday, the 25th of April, the year 2023. And this afternoon, debate on it will be resuming, of course, with members who are yet to participate in this bill getting the time to do that. The members of the Senate will this afternoon be proceeding on a committee of the whole to consider 4 bills. There is the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 5 of 2022. This bill is by the Honorable Member for Tana River, Honorable Danson Mungatana. And this bill is one of those that members will be considering at the Committee of the Whole. As you can see, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, is in the chambers. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Kindly proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Mandera. The delegation is led by the Deputy Clerk and comprises 19 clerk assistants of the County Assembly of Mandera, who will be observing the proceedings of the Senate on Wednesday, 26 April 2023. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Again, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from Parliament of Malawi. The delegation comprises parliamentary officers who are on a benchmarking visit with their counterparts in the Senate. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Retired Major Sikaloka Kaliati, Principal Sergeant at Arms. Retired Captain Isaac Banda, Senior Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Gerald Muserembo, Principal Audiovisual Production Officer. Kabogodo Gondwe, Television Radio Producer. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to them and wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow Senator Abbas to welcome very briefly the delegation from the County Assembly of Mandera, and I will also allow the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Enoch Wambua, to give brief welcoming remarks to welcome the delegation from Malawi. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the Senate of Mandera and on my own behalf, and behalf of the Senate also, to welcome the delegation from Mandera. I think this is actually a rare opportunity that Mandera people found their way to the Senate. We have been seeing many members coming from different parts of the country, but however, in the part of the northern Kenya, this is the first time I'm now seeing since I came to the Senate. And therefore, I want to tell them that I think you have the right opportunity, and I'm sure there are a lot of things we'll be able to learn from here. I think I want to take this opportunity to welcome you on behalf of your colleague. My colleague, Ali Robert, is not there now. I think he will be there, but this morning he was there. And therefore, I know Mandera has a lot of issues. I know now there's a lot of floods going on. And I know the country now is having, you're having a lot of issues to attend to. But of course, the time you have taken, we want to appreciate for you coming here, because I was worried, Mr. Speaker, that the assemblies from Wajir, Mandera, and Garissa have not been having opportunity to come to the Senate to learn much. I think there's a lot of things that you can be able to learn. And with those few remarks, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you again. And thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the visiting delegation from Malawi. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleague senators from both sides of the House, I want to take this opportunity to ask the visiting delegation to feel most welcome and thank them for choosing to visit the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. they would have chosen to visit other senates in other jurisdictions, but they chose to visit the Senate of the Republic of Kenya for a reason. This is the upper house in our bicameral parliament, where we have the National Assembly and the Senate. The Speaker, I hope and pray that their visit in the Senate and in the public, in the Parliament, will be fruitful and successful. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this Senate today, the 26th of April, 2023. Being one, Mr. Speaker, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Laikipia County Business Stimulus Fund for the year ended 30th of June, 2021. 2, submission of the Judicial Service Commission annual report for the annual year 2021-2022. 3, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Isiolo Water and Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Kirinyaga Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Rukanga Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement on receiver of the Revenue County Government of Nyandarua for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. 7, Mr. Speaker, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Nyandarua Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June, the year 2022. 8, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Laikipia County Leasing Fund for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement on receiver of Revenue County Government of Laikipia for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. And Mr. Speaker, sir, 10 being the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Laikipia County Business Stimulus Fund for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. 11, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Nyahururu Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th of June, 2022. 12, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Samburu County Youth and Women Enterprise Development Fund for the year 2022 ending 30th of June. Mr. Speaker, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the receiver of revenue statements and county government Samburu for the year ended 30th of June 2022. And finally, Mr. Speaker, but not least, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Samburu Company Bursary Fund for the year ended 30th of June 2022. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do lay the papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, before we move to statements, allow me to make the following communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from Titus Nguyoni Memorial Primary School, Marsabit County. The delegation comprises 7 teachers and 60 students who are in the Senate for a one-day study visit. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon Honorable Chimera to say very brief welcoming remarks.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa fursa hii. Nipende tu nichukue dakika chache kidogo kuwakaribisha wanafunzi wa shule ya Titus Ngoyoni Primary School kutoka kaunti ya Marsabit, na nieleze kwamba hapa bungeni mmekuja kushuhudia kazi ya wabunge wenu, na kwamba wengine wetu tumesoma katika shule kama hizo, tumepitia miundo misingi kama hiyo. Wale walimu wenu na walimu wetu walikuwa sawa, mtaala ni ule ule. Kwa hivyo basi niwaambie tu kwamba zile ndoto zenu mko nazo mnaweza kuzitimiza kupitia masomo yenu. Vile vile pia nitaki kutambua kwamba Titus Ngoyoni alikuwa DC eneo bunge la eneo Kwale County nikiwa mdogo. Alifanya kazi na baba yangu, na niweza kusema kwamba jina lake limetambulika Kenya mzima, na nyinyi kama wanafunzi wa shule ile basi hamna budi ila kuiga mtindo wa Mheshimiwa Titus Ngoyoni. Karibuni sana Senate, na nafikiri ni matumaini yangu kwamba leo mtaweza kujifunza mengi. Mkirudi Marsabit mtie bidii, mfanye bidii zaidi katika masomo yenu. Katika siku zijazo tuweze kuwaona wengi wenu nyinyi mkiwa hapa kama mawakili, mkiwa hapa kama wabunge. Karibuni sana, Mungu awabariki. Shukran. Bwana Spika.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator Godfrey Osotsi. That statement is deferred. The Honorable Senator Raphael Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the status of authorization of the medical insurance cover for officers in the Kenya Police Service. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should, number one, state whether officers of the Kenya Police Service have access to a medical insurance cover, providing details of the service provider who was awarded the tender, the sum assured and benefits offered under the cover. And secondly, the committee should probe allegations of inauthorization of the said medical scheme for the officers, tabling evidence of payments made for the scheme for the financial years 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023. I also have a second statement as well. With your kind permission, I can be allowed to table the same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the ongoing boundary dispute between Kwale County and Taita Taveta County. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should, number one, disclose the status of resolution of the boundary dispute between Kwale County and Taita Taveta County. Number two, provide a report on the causes of the ongoing boundary disputes between Kwale County and Taita Taveta County. Number three, outline targeted interventions required at both levels of government and different government agencies towards the effective resolution of the boundary dispute between the two counties. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, recommend long-term redress mechanisms to resolve the boundary disputes, addressing claims of double taxation of traders in the disputed boundary areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently the senator for Taita Taveta presented a similar petition, and that affected 3 counties, including Makueni. And I believe we are going to tender evidence in the matter of border disputes. But more important, there is a law which was proposed by the former senator of Makueni, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., on the issue of boundaries for all counties, and which comes under the IBC. And I believe we'll be proceeding in all these matters so that we can sort out the border disputes once and for all. On the matter of police officers and insurance cover, Mr. Speaker, we are all served by police officers. They are at duty, and their nature of duty is mainly to protect lives and to bring order. But unfortunately, when these officers die on line of duty, and some of them come from our counties. There is a very difficult moment for the family. And then what follows thereafter in terms of compensation or insurance or even treatment, if one of them is injured or suffers permanent injury, Mr. Speaker. And I had recent a case from Machakos, Mr. Speaker. And this particular officer, when he got shot on the line of duty, later on the story changed that he was not on duty that particular day, he was on leave. But the truth of the matter is he had come back, to the force and was actually saving us other officers who had been attacked. And unfortunately, he lost his life. So the story changed about his insurance. His bills in the hospital were close to 12 million. And thereafter, the story really became very sad. And he has left children. And Mr. Speaker, really we must get to the bottom of this matter so that we protect people who die on the line of duty or people who suffer for the nation, and their children and their families should not be impoverished simply because we don't have proper systems. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I want to join you to welcome students from Ngoyoni School in Loyangalani.
Senator Chute, I hope in so doing you are contributing.
Yes, I am also contributing to Senator Chemera's boundary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm contributing to Honorable Chemera's boundary statement, but in extension, I would want to welcome students from Loyangalani and the teachers also. Mr. Speaker, in Marsabit County, we have issues that relates to boundaries. This boundary issue I'm having with a friend of mine, Senator Abbas. We are neighbors seated here, but he has encroached on Marsabit County from parts of Wajir. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have people from Wajir who are in Marsabit County. They have chiefs in Marsabit County. They have villages in Marsabit County. And they have administrators, county administrators in Marsabit County. Those boundaries are our boundaries, Mr. Speaker. And this is boundaries which has been there for from 1960s, Mr. Speaker. And in support of Senator Chemera's statement, I would want the committee to look into Marsabit issues also, so that I don't end up fighting with my friend, my very close friend, Senator Abbas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to laud my brother, Senator Chimera, for bringing up this statement that might highlight the plight of our brothers in the police service. Many might be surprised to learn that although I am a regular consumer of the services of the police through their tear gas and beatings and arrests, these people are actually not our enemies. We consider them our friends, our brothers and sisters in service. We know that they have to do what they have to do. But they must understand that as a legislator, as somebody who's been elected here to defend the rights, I will defend the rights of even those who beat me and tear gas me, because I know it's the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have a date with them next week. And I would like that by the time we are meeting on the streets, they know that Sifuna is fighting for their rights here in the Senate, because, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that ever since the transition from NHIF
which was providing cover for the police service for the past 8 years, to this new consortium of insurers led by CIC, Old Mutual, and Britam. There have been complaints, Mr. Speaker, from members of the service that, in fact, there hasn't been proper sensitization amongst members of the force. Many of them are not aware even of this change, that they don't know which hospitals, especially the private hospitals, that are actually covered by this scheme, because you know every insurer has their own set of hospitals that they work with. They don't know the limits of the covers that they have, outpatient, inpatient, and maternity limits, Mr. Speaker, and that it is very difficult to get these services under the new scheme. We have had senior officers in the police force saying that they are working on this, that they are going to sensitize their officers more, but we believe that this is something that should have been done at inception. Immediately the changeover from NHIF happened in December. I think there should have been this sensitization so that the officers do not face a single gap in service delivery when it comes to their healthcare. I would want that the committee makes these things clear, that in fact they summon the relevant organization, the relevant minister or cabinet secretary, for him or her to shed light on this particular shift from NHIF. And also, Mr. Speaker, it is quite worrying because we know that NHIF is our public insurer. Why is NHIF losing business to private companies like this in the provision of services to government agencies? If there was ever an argument for a government-to-government deal, the ones we hear these days in the whole sector, I think this one would have been one of them, that in fact, NHIF being a public insurer is supported in terms of offering these services to public servants and institutions such as the police, so that the revenue is kept within government agencies and it doesn't benefit these private insurers like CIC, Old Mutual, and Britam. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chiranke.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to commend Senator Chimera. I think he's growing in both stature and wisdom in learning the ropes of the House, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want at this point, Mr. Speaker, to say a few issues. The reason that I need to be told is why the police service insurance was being moved from NHIF to private individual led by MKL, that is led by CIC. What was the reasons as to why? Because we need to build our NHIF, Mr. Speaker. We need to build a trust in our institutions. If we are telling the police service that they need to move from a public insurer to private, then it is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there should be a proper engagement to know the hospitals that provide, Mr. Speaker. There was a sad case, Mr. Speaker, there was a sad case where a police officer had taken the child for specialized treatment in India. At some point, the insurance expired, the family is stranded in India, Mr. Speaker. So how far does this insurance go to that level, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there is also another aspect of this insurance should provide risk insurance, Mr. Speaker, to our police officers. Especially, Mr. Speaker, we need to protect them at the end of order, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, the Speaker. The Speaker is the Senator for Nandi in order to create the wrong impression that, yes, we need to develop national institutions like NHIF.
Under what is standing order?
Responsibility for facts adduced on the floor 105. The Speaker, Senator Cherage is a consumer of insurance service from a private insurance firm. Why is it okay for him to consume that service, and it's not okay for the police officers to move from NHIF and consume private insurance? I think, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I find that out of place because the people who choose my private insurer parliamentary service commission, which I don't have power. There is no day that PSC has given me power to choose my insurer, I would have chosen NHIF. Mr. Speaker, in my wallet which I carry, I have an NHIF card which I pay for it. So I believe in the provision of NHIF cover, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I don't have power, Mr. Speaker, on how my insurance is
Chirange,
given.
Senator Kinyo wishes to inform you.
No,
Are you
Mr.
agreeable to
Speaker,
that?
I am sufficiently aware of my position, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is not in good faith when Senator Wambua makes a statement that I am a believer in public institutions. Even Parliament is a public institution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, the Senator for Nyamira and Senator for Kitui should know that my employer is a voter in Nandi, so I don't have any other employer. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that our police officers must be well protected. You remember the issue of uniforms. Mr. Speaker, we should protect our police force and provide insurance cover. Even as Senator Sifuna has said, next week they might be on the streets, Mr. Speaker, we might even be forced to introduce other insurance covers, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, finally, we need to stop this hypocrisy led by Senator Sifuna, Mr. Speaker, in all honesty and fairness. Because, Mr. Speaker, you cannot claim on the floor of the House that you are the champion of police officers, Mr. Speaker. Yet, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Sifuna, no, Senator Mogeni, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, you know, Senator Chiragei is my good friend and is a member, a distinguished member of the legal profession. And Mr. Speaker, courtesy of me when I served as chairman, I nurtured through and ensured that he's admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya after a very long struggle. And Mr. Speaker, part of the course that we took him through was professional ethics. So, Mr. Speaker, is it in order to call a distinguished colleague, Senator of Nairobi, a hypocrite? That out of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, that's unparliamentary language, which we don't expect to come from a member of the noble legal profession. Mr. Speaker, is it in order to refer to another senator as an hypocrite?
Senator Chirange, indeed the use of hypocrisy referring to an honorable senator is indeed unparliamentary. Your face expression speaks to the fact that you may not be aware that you spoke that word. Indeed, you spoke that word. So kindly proceed to withdraw and apologize to Honorable Sifuna, please.
Mr. Speaker, I said we should stop the hypocrisy. I don't say it is an hypocrite. I say we should stop hypocrisy.
Senator Chirange, you used that word in reference to Senator Sifuna.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and apologize and substitute with the following words. Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, what Senator Okongo Mugeni is not telling the House, that I was the chair of JLAC before him. So I'm the one actually who mentored him to be who he is. And in fact, it is out of my blessings, Mr. Speaker, that he was be able to be appointed as Commissioner of Parliamentary Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, we should stop misleading the public, Mr. Speaker, as leaders. When I hear my brother Omwami, Senator Sifuna, saying they are championing for the rights of the police, they are misleading the public, Mr. Speaker, because they are the ones taking the police to ICC as we talk. In fact, the office of the prosecutor of ICC has received the names. Yet, Senator Sifuna, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, is claiming before the House that he is fighting for the rights of the police. Mr. Speaker, let us match our actions and words as the Bible says. Because the Bible says words without action is barren, Mr. Speaker, sir. So even as we handle the issues of insurance, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal that let us look into deeply the insurance provider. And the police should be given opportunity to choose whoever they want to be provided with insurance, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I'm willing to sit and listen to the committee. Mr. Speaker, I've seen it has been referred to the labor. I thought it should be a cross-cutting issue between the labor committee and the health committee so that we can be able to raise much more issues more than this, Mr. Speaker. With those very many remarks, I thank you, Speaker, sir.
Senator Muma. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement by Senator Chimera. First, on the issue of boundaries, I wish to inform the House that the Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations has actually put a bill on boundaries before the House. I request that everybody takes an interest, because the issue of disputes on boundaries is not just in Taita and Kwale, but it is in many locations in this country. We need to collectively look at it and see how, as a House, we can guide on that. I wish to repeat, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of NHIF for the police, that the Houses of Parliament in Kenya need to seriously consider how we can come up with policies that can support the health system in this country and the education system in this country to support all of us. Mr. Speaker, honorable members here are beneficiaries of a very good insurance policy, but Mr. Speaker, the NHIF supports a lot of the public servants in private facilities. I have once said here that if we were all to go to public hospitals, Mr. Speaker, then we would be able to channel the funds that treat senior civil servants. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chimera is not even listening. He's heckling with somebody. I wonder why he even came up with that statement. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, it is something we need to seriously think about. If the President of Kenya, Honorable Samoei Ruto...
What is your point of order, Senator Chirange? And mind you, raising unnecessary points of order is disorderly. So proceed.
Mr. Speaker, standing order number 105, and of course number 98, Mr. Speaker, I thought we agreed that there should not be use of words which are unparliamentary in the floor of the House. So when you say heckling, it's unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker. The good senator should apologize and withdraw, because you cannot be using such words, Mr. Speaker, as you are directed.
Senator Muma.
Mr. Speaker, I will save us the shenanigans and withdraw the word heckling, but it will help if you would listen, especially the mover of that statement.
Proceed and conclude, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was making the point that if the President of Kenya and his family and the senators, National Assembly members, senior civil servants, CSs, were to be treated in Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta National Hospital would have enough funds to look good and to be able to carry along it the people in what we call the lower cadres of public service. We need to get serious as a House to design our national insurance policies in a way that we are able to support in a genuine manner, instead of living in a bubble where we know we can be treated in the best facilities, but we don't care about people like the policemen. Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of human rights. Policemen are equal Kenyans. Policemen's children have equal rights to our children, and we need to take this issue seriously. I've raised it before, and it's a matter that should be addressed both by the Social Committee and the Committee on Health. We need to find a way in which NHIF and its board can run NHIF in a manner that it can sustain what is there. And we need to be bold enough to come up with a policy that says if a senator or if the Speaker of the Senate needs to go to hospital and be paid for by the taxpayer, then he should go to a public facility. We need to be brave enough to say that, and we will have more monies going to our public facilities, and our public facilities will be designed in a better manner to carry all of us. Mr. Speaker, none of us knows when you'll collapse in a village in Tana River or in a village in Busia, and the next facility that will have to take care of you will be the very next facility in that vicinity. So when we pretend that we will always be able to go to Aga Khan or Nairobi Hospital, we should know that when sickness hits, it will hit you anywhere. And if we had put the monies in the public facilities, it would have helped to save you the day that you collapse when you are in a very rural area and the facility next to you is able to take care of you. So I would want to ask on a serious note that we as leaders start pushing for investing public funds in public facilities. And the best way to show it is to ensure that all of us resolve to take our insurance, to have the first stop as the public facilities. I support Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we have utilized more than 30 minutes allowable under Standing Order 53.3 for those two statements by Honorable Chimera, and therefore we shall move to the next statement. Senator James Murango. Senator James Murango has 3 statements. Those 3 statements are deferred. Senator Stewart Mazayo.
What is that?
Senator, proceed. You engage the chair, not your colleagues. Just proceed.
Unfortunately, my brother is talking to me faintly. I can't hear him. Asante, Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, nimesimama kuambatana na kifungu cha ama kipengele cha 53 cha kanuni za kudumu za Seneti kuzungumzia swala la dharura ambalo ni mauaji juu ya ndani ya msitu wa Shakahola katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi majuzi tunaona kwamba kiongozi wa dhehebu hilo Paul Mackenzie ambaye anaongoza kanisa la Good News International amegonga vichwa habari hapa nchini na dunia nzima na kueleza wafuasi wake wafunge hadi kufa, ishara ya imani potofu. Na idara ya polisi kufikia hivi sasa imeweza kufukua makaburi ya watu wanaofika sio chini ya 100 waliokuwa wamezikwa katika msitu wa Shakahola. Idadi ya watu waliokufa inazidi kuongezeka kila uchao. Msitu huu wa Shakahola una vijiji vitatu vikiwemo Jerusalem anayeishi mchungaji Paul Mackenzie mwenyewe, Bethlehem na Sidon. Vijiji hivi vyote vinafaa kuchunguzwa kwa undani. Bwana Spika, mauaji haya yanaendelea kinyume na katiba yetu inayopea kila mwananchi kuwa na uhuru wa kuabudu. Pastor Mackenzie amechanganya hisia za waumini na wafuasi katika kanisa lake na kusisitiza itikadi kali za maadili zinazoenda kinyume na utamaduni wetu na jinsia ya kanisa inavyostahili kuendeshwa. Hili ni jambo la kushangaza kwamba vitengo vyetu vya usalama kuanzia idara ya ujasusi na DCI wake, kamati ya ulinzi ya kaunti inayoongozwa na county commissioner, mkuu wa polisi wa jimbo la Kilifi na naibu wake, machifu na naibu wa machifu, wakubwa wa nyumba 10 wameshindwa kudhibiti ushawishi huu wake na umma, na hawakuwa na ufahamu wowote yaliyokuwa yakiendelea ama yakijiri katika eneo la Shakahola. Uzembe huu, Bwana Spika, wakazi ni lazima ukemewe vilivyo na hata hatua kali ichukuliwe na rais. Ni kusema tu kwamba Paul Mackenzie ni gaidi, lakini jawabu kubwa linalofuatia ni kuwafuta kazi wale waliohusika, kuanza wakubwa wote wa serikali ya kaunti ya Kilifi. Vile vile uchunguzi uongezwe kwa kutumia ndege zisizo na rubani, zile ndogo, zile drones, ili kusaidia katika uchunguzi wa angani, aerial survey, kwa sababu eneo hilo ni kubwa, liko katika area ekari 800. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili swala la dharura na natuma ombi kuambatana na kifungu hichi cha 53(1) cha kanuni za kudumu katika Seneti, kuomba taarifa kutoka kwa kamati ya kudumu ya usalama wa taifa, ulinzi na uhusiano wa kimataifa kuhusu mauaji ndani ya msitu wa Shakahola, kaunti ya Kilifi. Katika taarifa hiyo, kamati hii iangazie bayana yafuatayo. Cha kwanza, je, idara ya ujasusi ilikuwa na ufahamu wowote wa kanisa hili la Paul Mackenzie na vile vitendo vyake vyote vilivyokuwa vinafanyika katika msitu huu wa Shakahola? Na ikiwa jibu ni ndio, hii ripoti ya intelijensia walipeleka ama waliwasilisha kwa nani? Swali la pili, utafiti rasmi ufanyike tujue bayana iwapo Pastor Paul Mackenzie ana hati milki ya ardhi ya ekari 800 ya msitu wa Shakahola, na iwapo yeye si mwenye shamba, ni nani anaye milki hilo shamba la Shakahola? Swali la tatu, serikali yetu kuanzia kwa mzee wa mtaa na nyumba 10 walikuwa wapi wakati mauaji haya yalipokuwa yanatendeka? Na ni kwa nini hakuna ripoti yoyote imeandikishwa katika vituo vyetu vya polisi kuhusiana na mauaji haya? Swali la 4, je, kulikuwa na njama yoyote ya kuyanyamazisha visa hivi vya mauaji ya Shakahola? Na iwapo jawabu ni ndio, ni nani huyu aliyepanga hiyo njama? Swali la mwisho, Bwana Spika, ni idadi ya watu waliokufa ikizidi kuongezeka kila uchao. Swali kuu ni nini kilichowaua waliofukuliwa kutoka kwa msitu wa Shakahola? Kumekuwa na madai kuwa chanzo cha vifo vya waliofukuliwa ni kunyongwa, na kuna ukweli na ama je, kuna ukweli wowote kwa haya madai?
Senator Stewart Mazao, just
ya mwisho, Bwana Spika,
just yield. What is your point of order, Senator Cherengei? I thought this is no more request for a statement.
Speaker, I raise pursuant to Standing Order number 53, which Senator Mazzayo. I agree that this matter is very weighty. As Mr. Speaker, understanding order number 98, point of order is a substantive right for any senator. Mr. Speaker, when you look at understanding order 53 and the tradition of the House, I have seen minority leader is saying to unnamed committee to do the following prayers. Mr. Speaker, when you read standing order 53.3, where a statement has been requested from committee pursuant to paragraph 53.1, the Speaker may allow comments in relation to the statement for more than 15 minutes. My concern, Mr. Speaker, under this standing order, I have read through understanding order 53, it does not become mandatory to commit to any committee. So when the minority leader makes a request to unspecified committee, where does it go? Because it does not provide in the standing order, Mr. Speaker. So I thought it should be it should have sought understanding order 52, Mr. Speaker, so that it becomes more direct. Because you have not even committed to any committee, Mr. Speaker, and yet he is making prayers. So I need guidance, Mr. Speaker, on the same.
Senator Cherengei, I'm afraid to say that indeed that point of order is frivolous and vexatious, to say the least. Immediately the senator is done making his request, I will commit this particular statement to the relevant committee. It may be one committee, it may be more than one committee. He can make his prayers, but the final ruling rests with the Speaker. Senator Mazayo, kindly proceed to conclude.
Asante Bwana Spika, nataka nimalize tu kusema ya kwamba nataka niombe kwa heshima na taadhima ya kwamba kamati hii ishirikiane na kamati pia ikiwa inawezekana, Bwana Spika, na kamati ya sheria tulio nao hapa ndani ya bunge la Senate, ili kamati hizi mbili ziweze kuenda kwa haraka inavyowezekana, pengine hata isipite pengine katika wiki hii ama wiki ijayo, ili kamati hizi zote mbili zikienda kule ziregee hapa ndani ya Senate na maono yao ama na ripoti yao yale ambao watakuwa wamekwenda kuona kule yaliyojiri na yanayoendelea kujiri. Asante Bwana Spika.
Nderitu.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia kwa taarifa iliyoletwa na kiongozi wa wachache. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana, hata wakati huu tunaendelea kumuita yule gaidi, tunaendelea kumuita pastor, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu mtu ambaye amefanya kitendo kama hicho, Bwana Spika, watu wakafa zaidi ya watu 100, Bwana Spika, ni jambo ambalo linavunja moyo sana. Lakini Bwana Spika, maswali ambayo nimekuwa hata mimi nikijiuliza, jambo la kwanza, chifu wa sehemu hile alikuwa wapi Bwana Spika? Wazee wa mtaani walikuwa wapi? Idara ya ujasusi ambao kila wakati wanasema ya kwamba wanapata ripoti mwafaka. Lakini Bwana Spika, kwa sababu nilimsikiza waziri wa usalama alipozuru sehemu hiyo, alipeana pole zake na kusema ndio ni kidogo kulikuwa na ulegevu Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, watu zaidi ya 100, kanisa yenyewe watu wanatembelea. Sijui ni mafunzo aina gani yanayofunzwa katika kanisa kama zile Bwana Spika. Mimi kile ambacho Bwana Spika ningependa kamati ambayo itakayochukua lile jukumu waangalie, kwa sababu pengine si sehemu hiyo pekee, kwa sababu tumeambiwa kuna sehemu inaitwa Jerusalem, kuna Macedonia na mahali kwingine ambazo ni sehemu ambazo zinatajwa katika Biblia. Bwana Spika, waangalie hayo mambo kwa kindani na waangalie kanisa zile ambazo zinafunza misimamo hii mikali ambayo inadhuru watu wetu Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu sengine kisiasa Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya umaarufu wa mapasta Bwana Spika na maaskofu, na Wambua ataniunga mkono, unasikia kwamba wengi wanafanya mambo ambayo si kisheria Bwana Spika, na kwa sababu ya umaarufu wao watu hataki kuongea. Bwana Spika, hatua inapaswa ichukuliwe, hatua kali dhidi ya gaidi huyu Bwana Spika ambaye anaitwa Paul Mackenzie. Bwana Spika, inasemekana ya kwamba nilimsikiza mtu aliyekuwa kiongozi wa film something Bwana Spika akisema ya kwamba tayari walikuwa wamemkataza kueneza filamu alikuwa akieneza Bwana Spika, pamoja na Bwana Spika kumshika.
What is the point of order, Senator Matthew?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would not have wished to stop my neighbor midway, but I'm standing in regards to Standing Order 101, 116. A senator shall refer to another senator by the title senator. I have heard him refer to somebody as Wambua, and I am feeling that he's completely out of order. He should be able to, especially if he cannot respect leadership, I imagine he would call us worse of names.
Indeed, Senator Kenya, to that extent, you're out of order.
Kweli Bwana Spika, naomba msamaha, ni seneta mheshimiwa mstahiki Wambua Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, wengine majina ananiambia siyajui zile amepewa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo vile ambavyo ningetaka kusema ni ya kwamba kamati ambayo itapewa hilo jukumu isiangazie tu hili kanisa la Good News Bwana Spika, tuangalie mpaka wale wengine ambao wanaweza kuwa na mienendo kama ile Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika, ni vizuri kiongozi wa wachache ikiwezekana uandamane na hii kamati mpaka huko Shakahola, kwa sababu nasikia ni msitu mkubwa, wasije wenzetu wakapotelea huko Bwana Spika, kwa sababu wanaweza kuhubiliwa na huyo muungwana, alafu wakajipata katika hali hatari na wakaja Nairobi wakakosa kula. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Sifuna.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this. Indeed, when the adjournment motion was moved yesterday, some colleagues had opportunity to speak to the matter, but I didn't. Mr. Speaker, let me start by taking a different route from those who are asking where the police were or where the security agencies were. Mr. Speaker, in my view, there are very serious acts of commission and omission that we must investigate as a country to find the answer to the problem in Shakahola. Mr. Speaker, it has been said that this pastor, so-called pastor, had been arrested 4 times prior to this current arrest, and that even this current arrest would not have happened and would not have unearthed what has happened in Shakahola, were it not for a gentleman going to report his missing wife. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, this man was arrested with 35 students who were not in school, 2017. Again in 2017, police rescued 93 students or children from that church and arrested him. In 2019, he was also arrested for incitement against the Huduma number program that was going on in that particular time. And in March 2023, he was arrested after 2 boys died in his church and was released on cash bail of 10,000 shillings. This history, this chronology of events shows you, Mr. Speaker, that in fact, the authorities were aware of this gentleman, they were aware of his activities, and that there must be sins of omission and commission, and that he was enabled by some people in the security forces, and we need to find out who these persons were. Mr. Speaker, we were told that this so-called cult had invited or attracted people from as far away as Nigeria, from Tanzania, people as far away from Western Kenya. And if these people can get to know about this church, it is impossible, Mr. Speaker, in my view, that the security apparatus in this country did not know about this so-called cult. Mr. Speaker, also it is my very strong belief, and this is my own personal opinion, that these characters have been enabled and encouraged by the rise of cultism and religious fundamentalism in very high offices, and that is my view. Mr. Speaker, if you have ever promised rain without the backing of science, you are an enabler of Shakahola. If you have ever promised prosperity without work, you are one of the people who have encouraged the growth of people like Shakahola massacre. Mr. Speaker, I want to go very quickly to solutions that we can propose.
What is your point of order, Senator Osotsi?
I didn't want to interrupt my good friend, Senator Sifuna, but he mentioned about rain. Mr. Speaker, where I come from, there are people who make rain, and indeed they make rain. So I just wanted to inform him that.
Mr. Speaker, let me explain what I said. I said, if you have ever promised rain without the backing of science, and what he's referring to is traditional science, of which I am aware of. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak to some of the solutions that I think that we can propose as a House. Yesterday, the Senator for Nandi, Senator Cherargei, called for an audit of all the registered religious entities, which is something that I actually ascribe to, Mr. Speaker, so that we can weed out this early indoctrination and we don't have to arrest these things at the stage at which Shakahola has been arrested. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there is information, and this is just information that is in the public domain, that some of the bodies that have been unearthed in Shakahola are not victims necessarily of starvation. There's also a danger, Mr. Speaker, that other crimes might be hidden within this particular criminal cult, and then all these bodies are loaded and blamed on this gentleman called Mackenzie. And it was possible that other people might take advantage of this, this situation, because we are aware of the problem of extrajudicial killings in this country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this call for legislative framework for basic background checks. In the US, there's a big debate about basic background checks before somebody is able to purchase a firearm. I believe that the time has come. We don't need to politicize this thing because it has happened in the past. When people call for basic background checks for people establishing religious institutions, and people say, oh, you are attacking the church. Mr. Speaker, I want to find refuge and hide myself in scripture, because in 1 Timothy chapter 3, verses 2 to 13, Mr. Speaker, there is criteria that is set by the New Testament, by the Bible itself, on leadership even in church. It says if you must be somebody with one wife, which knocks out a majority of the members, especially on the majority side. Mr. Speaker, you must be respectable, not drink excessively, which is a problem again in this house, or love money, Mr. Speaker. So some of these people you see on TV stations claiming to be preachers, but all they do is shout their M-Pesa pay bill numbers throughout the service. Mr. Speaker, is a red flag. Also, Mr. Speaker, you must not be a recent convert. This is Timothy. So if you are doubting Mheshimiwa Khalwale, this is 1 Timothy. Mr. Speaker, finally, you must be first tested. This is 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 10. So we must test these people so that, Mr. Speaker, we don't allow the public, the gullible public, to fall into the hands of such cults. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this question of the cult, I, like the Honorable Sifuna, didn't get an opportunity yesterday. But indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious matter. And it's not the first time it has happened in this country, in this world. Mr. Speaker, to put it in context, in 1978, Mr. Speaker, in Guyana, 909 people committed suicide, Mr. Speaker, mass suicide and mass murders. They were followers of a cult, Mr. Speaker, that was led by one person known as Jim Jones. And this Jim Jones, Mr. Speaker, convinced people that if they die, they will go to heaven. There is no difference between him and Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Speaker, there was a congressman called Leo Rion from the US who went to try and investigate. He was killed together with his delegation by the followers of Jim Jones, who established what was then called the People's Temple. Mr. Speaker, this was the biggest killings that has happened in America up to the time that we had the 9/11 killings that happened in one day. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened there is something we can also follow as a precedent. There was a heavy hand of government that came descending on this cult, Mr. Speaker. The leadership was arrested, the people were dealt with, and Mr. Speaker, this is one thing that we want to see happening. Mr. Speaker, the arrested Mr. Mackenzie is not alone. He had a pastoral leadership. We want to see a strong hand of government to come actually crashing on this leadership of people who are out to finish the population in that area. Mr. Speaker, we have debated this thing. This is not a new thing. The former Attorney General, under the leadership of President Mwai Kibaki, had given some suggestion in terms of legislation and rules, but it was politicized, like my honorable learned colleague, the senator for Nairobi, has said, Mr. Sifuna. It was politicized, and it became so bad that those strong suggestions were then withdrawn by the former Attorney General Amos Wako. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not speaking to something that is new. The government has a point to start with. They can go back and look at those suggestions by the Attorney General then were very, very good suggestions. And if those suggestions were implemented, cults like these ones will not be part of Kenyan society. We will not be talking of the deaths that we have seen in Shakahola, Mr. Speaker. So we need to start from there, Mr. Speaker. Legislative action must be taken. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we want a strong response, not only to this one person, because we are also over-glorifying him. There were people he trained. There's a pastoral leadership. They should also feel the arms or the arm of the law. Mr. Speaker, also, we need to have a debate, and an honest debate, bipartisan debate, about the Article 32, the freedom of religion. How do we balance this freedom of religion vis-a-vis what has gone wrong in these communities, Mr. Speaker? We need to really decide that standards must be set. Standards must be set. Mr. Speaker, time has come that we should even have a registrar for religious communities, so that, Mr. Speaker, any person will be free to open his church, to start his religion, to start, even if it's a sect of the Hinduism, a sect of Islam, a sect of whatever other religion, even African traditional religions, but there is a registrar of religious communities who ensures that standards are maintained. Mr. Speaker, every not political leader, maybe even political leaders, we should undergo tests so that we can say that this person is mentally fit to lead this section of worship, the intended worship community that he wants to set up. Mr. Speaker, the religious communities registrar should be a department that should be managed by the government, so that Christians or Muslims or Hindus or African traditional religious people may not say we are targeting on any particular religion. This should be a department of government that deals with all religions. And Mr. Speaker, all the established religions, churches and whatever, they can then undergo this test, Mr. Speaker, so that we can save our people. Right now, people are asking, where's the government? Where is the government when this was happening? When they're asking, where's the government? They are saying, where was the DCIO? Where these people were all there, Mr. Speaker. I agree with every one of us who has contributed, saying that these people were conniving with this church, Mr. Speaker. They were conniving. There's obvious connivance, and there was benefit, Mr. Speaker. We know that criminal activity thrives where people are gaining something. So, Mr. Speaker, all those people who are there, the DCIO, the DCC, they must be investigated. Not by local people, by local authorities, but by different authorities from, say, Nairobi or other parts of Kenya to come and investigate and give a true account of what happened. And these officers, Mr. Speaker, must be punished. Because we know that something criminal like that cannot be happening and someone is not pocketing some money somewhere, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge the committee, as they visit that place, to look at all possible angles, both administrative, policy, and even laws, Mr. Speaker. And we urge the government to take a very firm stance on this matter, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
Now, honorable senators, we have already expended the 15 minutes meant for this statement. However, because of its nationwide concern and the interest it has generated in the Senate, I will allow us to interrogate this statement until 4 p.m. But if we proceed in the manner that Senator Mungatana has proceeded, he has taken 8 minutes. We are going to have very few of you speaking to this statement. I therefore ask for a concurrence that each senator speaking to speak for not more than 3 minutes. Senator Akinyi. 3 minutes it is.
Speaker must be a very unfortunate person because even yesterday I was cut short when I began.
You're eating into your time, Senator.
Yeah, but Honorable Speaker, it is important that as Senator in the House, I say that. Honorable Speaker, thank you for allowing me to contribute to this massacre and to say that we've seen a lot of bad things in the recent times. The only time we've had a better thing in this country is the only good thing is about the rains, which probably is also causing havoc. But Honorable Speaker, I support this statement, and I am at pain about the suffering these people went through. We were here talking about human dignity just the other week, and I'm here wondering what kind of frustrations and pains these people went to even as they died. Because, Honorable Speaker, I tend to think that some of them may have even been buried alive. Because how do you explain 5 or 6 members of a family? Is it a coincidence that even if they were fasting, they died at the same time? Honorable Speaker, I'm pained because a number of them are women, children, and we have pictures going around of pastors having women being beaten all over with logs, and you see some pastors being carried on the backs of people, and you wonder in which country we are living. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans must remember that last year in January, Dr. Ida Betty Odinga spoke against and spoke for the regularization of some of these churches. But what did we do? We politicized it, and everybody made noise. But I'm happy today, even the head of state is calling for the same. The CS for security is calling for the same. But Honorable Speaker, when you look at that large parcel of land, and you see the small part that has been combed and the many bodies that have been retrieved, then we don't know what awaits Kenyans going forward. I was even thinking, Honorable Speaker, that for one to even acquire those large chunks of land, our security must look into what those people want to do with those large chunks of land, because why would somebody get 800 acres and then go inside in the forest to do nasty things like this, Honorable Speaker? But as I wind up, Honorable Speaker, let us look at the other Shakaholas that we are.
Time is up, Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support the statement by the minority leader in regards to this massacre that we've been able to see in this country. And I want to categorically urge us as Kenyans to stop with immediate effect addressing this man called Mackenzie as a pastor, because we've been referring him as a Pastor Mackenzie, and refer to him as a Kenyan called Paul Mackenzie. He does not deserve that name called pastor, because with what we've been able to see, his degree, his level of radicalization is on a level that is very sad for this country. So as we address and as we discuss this issue, he's Paul Mackenzie. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, I have really observed through the social media that the first gender that is being manipulated in these churches is the female gender. I want to urge women. We've seen that most deaths, most of the situations we are seeing in these churches, women are in the front being manipulated in these churches, hence bringing their children, hence bringing their families. And I want to discourage and urge them to kindly choose the right religion for their families, because they've really been manipulated, Mr. Speaker. I also want to urge the Communications Authority on authorizing the funny TV stations that are being licensed to broadcast this kind of preachings in these churches that are against our religion, Mr. Speaker. It is through this that this information has been passed. We've seen very educated people, very learned people, because in this, at this point, it's not about illiterate people. Like I've heard, information has gone that people are illiterate and hence they are pulled to these churches. No. We've seen a very hardworking young lady working in the airways being subjected to dispose all her properties to be able to get into this church, and then she takes her own kid into this. So it's not about because people are illiterate. And so these stations that are broadcasting these kind of things should be actually very much scrutinized. Mr. Speaker, the authorities, as the statement clearly indicated, that the question marks into the Nyumba Kumi, the chiefs, the police stations around there, up to this time, they have not made comments. And I would urge the committee that you will allocate to deal with this matter to be given a priority.
Your time is up. Senator Mogeni.
Mheshimiwa Spika, leo naomba ruhusa unipe nizungumze kwa Kiswahili ili nizungumze na watu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua nafasi hii nikiwa na huzuni na majonzi kuzungumza na wakazi wa jimbo la Kilifi, kutoa pole zangu kwa familia ya wale ambao wapenda wao wamekufa kutokana na kitendo cha huyu mhubiri bandia. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni huzuni sana kwamba mimi ni mkazi wa taifa ambao inaitwa Kenya, tukiwa tupo na serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo inamruhusu mhubiri kama huyu Paul Mackenzie kuchukua maisha ya Wakenya 100 bila serikali kuwa na njia ya kujua kwamba yote yanatekelezwa. Ni huzuni kubwa sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kwamba huyu pastor bandia, mhubiri bandia na wengine ambao wanahusika katika vitendo hivi, tunaomba Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali iweze kuweka mikakati ya kuangalia vitendo vya wahubiri kama hao. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, hatutaki tuzungumze mambo haya leo, alafu kesho tena tusikie mengine yamefanyika, labda katika jimbo la Nandi, jimbo la Nyamira, ama hata kule Kakamega. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukifuatilia kwa ndani, huyu mhubiri amefanya vitendo ambao ni vya kiunyama. Mimi nikizungumza hapa nazungumza kama Mkristo, lakini huyu mhubiri bandia ametuharibia jina kama sisi wa Kristo kabisa. Mheshimiwa, mimi nikizungumza hata Jumamosi hii nilikuwa kule Nyamira naomba katika kanisa langu la SDA. Jumapili pia nikaenda katika kanisa la Kikatoliki. Kwa hivyo najifunia dini yangu ya Kristo, lakini dini yangu haikubali kuwa na wahubiri kama hao wenye itikadi za kupotosha wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni jambo la huzuni sana.
Your time is up. Senators, learn to speak within 3 minutes. That's what we have. Senator Obura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not a laughing matter. This is a very serious matter. And Mr. Speaker, this is not something which started yesterday. This is something which has been going on for years and years within the Christian fraternity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recall in my own village there used to be a cult which was perverting people's minds. You know, this thing is hypnotizing people to believe and do things which are unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you would find them hypnotizing people that you can sleep, women and men, in the same mat, and that nothing happens between you and them, and women can come out of that place pregnant. Mr. Speaker, I also know of some cults who hypnotize people to believe that you sell all your property, you give it to the pastors, and once you have given it, you are going to be very rich. You are going to be much richer than you were. And you end up as a miser. And Mr. Speaker, this is happening in our country even today. So the question of this man being just punished, we need to think seriously how we are going to regulate our registration of religion. In Rwanda, I understand before you register a company, a religion, you have even to have a degree in theology, so that they know that you know what you are doing. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in our country, the government is going to take this matter seriously, because there's no way this man could have acquired 800 acres of land, Mr. Speaker, if he was not actually stealing from people, actually hypnotizing them.
What is your point
of
order,
surrender.
Senator Beatrice? Senator Buru has 47 seconds remaining.
47 seconds, Madam. You want to eat all of it?
Mr. Speaker, I just, it's a point of may I know. Senator Buru has talked about men and women. Once they would sleep in some mat.
What is the standing order upon which you are
He has said women would come pregnant. What would men come out with? That is what I'm...
Senator Akinyi, that point of order is frivolous, and overrule it. Proceed to finish your 47 seconds.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I was saying that this is something which is continuing to happen in our country, and we must take it very seriously, Mr. Speaker, and make sure that the government takes action to regulate not only to deal with Mackenzie, but to deal with all these others who are also hypnotizing people and making them do things which are untoward and are anti-Christian, and yet they believe that they are prophesying the Christianity, Mr. Speaker.
Time is up.
Oh, thank you.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my condolences to the families in Kilifi, and if the country may know, this is not a Kilifi problem. Back home in Kakamega, Maureen Millicent Ajay, the wife of John Moholo of Eshihaka village in Kakamega, went to this pilgrimage. Then she was killed, and the children cannot be seen, Mr. Speaker. She went with 3 children, aged 3 to 12. So the story is bigger than what we are seeing. I want to beg this House, let us move away from this statement. Let us move away from the urge to say that the matter has been referred to a committee or to several committees. It doesn't work. In the practice of Parliament, in the UK and in this country, an issue like this is normally solved, Mr. Speaker, by a parliamentary select committee. When Josiah Mwangi Kariuki was killed, this committee was formed in this House. When Robert Ouko was killed, a parliamentary committee was formed in this House. Why do we need to form a parliamentary committee? Because without a select committee, you ask the police to investigate itself. What has happened in Kilifi is an indictment of the entire security system. So they'll use the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, as a cover-up. We need a committee that will unlock the mystery in Kilifi, but go further, make recommendation on how we should deal with the church. Having been, Mr. Speaker, in Bomas of Kenya, when we were making the current constitution, there were too many concessions. For example, the concession I think on Article 32, was mainly because the fear was if we tighten it, the clergy will fight the constitution will not go through. So now we have that fear behind us. Let this select committee, Mr. Speaker, come with recommendations that will completely make it impossible for criminals like the ones in Kilifi to have an opportunity of ever setting up a church. The common thread in it, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. A guy goes to a market in Robai, starts preaching to 3 people, 4 people, they give him sadaka, he buys a public address system, he continues, Mr. Speaker, he comes to Nairobi, registers some church. Once he registers, he collects money from people. When he finishes, he...
Your time is up, Senator. Your time is up, Senator Boni. Senator Boni, if indeed you're convinced, Senator Chirange, you're not in some crusade. Order senators. Senator Boni, if indeed you're convinced that the best way to approach this matter is through a parliamentary select committee, then you need to move a motion. Once you do that, then of course, it will be debated, and if it's found fit, once adopted, then we can have a parliamentary select committee to carry out an inquiry. So kindly, you know what to do, proceed in that manner. Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to actually contribute on this matter. Mr. Speaker, there is an African proverb that says that if a doctor invokes a storm upon his own people, then he cannot protect his own house from being destroyed. And Mr. Speaker, when I looked at this matter, and I was just imagining that if today somebody was to just faint in a church without us here knowing, it will be known by BBC, it will be known by anybody in this world. How then comes that this kind of massacre happened in this country under the watch of all our leaders, under the watch of all security that we have in this country, under the watch of all intelligence that we have in this country, without anybody ever knowing about this? I know in this House, Mr. Speaker, that passionate senators have talked about not politicizing this issue. But I want to say that not politicizing this issue does not equal to not holding leaders of this country accountable. Because there is no way such a massacre can happen to great people of this republic when they are leaders right from the grassroots to the national level. This is an issue of accountability and transparency on the issues of religion in this country, Mr. Speaker. And we are becoming a country whereby, because of that lack of responsibility and lack of accountability that is held on religious leaders, because religious leaders are selling to political class some hope, are selling to political class a congregate to talk to all the time, because it is this political class that is sitting in this Senate here. It is the political class that is sitting in National Assembly. It is the political class that is sitting in our county assemblies. It is the political class that is sitting in State House, Mr. Speaker. It is the political class that is sitting in the cabinet of this country that is building these churches, that is excusing these churches, and that is grooming these churches, Mr. Speaker, to have this kind of atrocities. It is high time, Mr. Speaker, we call a spade a spade. You cannot have a tree that its root is rotten, and then you expect that it will not spread death to the branches of that tree, Mr. Speaker. This problem, we have seen people in State House supporting these churches. Pastor Ezekiel, who trained this pastor, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order, Senator Chirange?
Mr. Speaker, understanding 105 or statement of fact, I know Senator Eddy wants to capture the imagination of the nation by attacking the president or the State House. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Eddy to allude that State House is funding cult-like following of like Pastor Mackenzie? Yet the picture Mr. Speaker is doing rounds is the picture that has been photoshopped by Asimio One Kenya Alliance. Mr. Speaker, is it in order? We should withdraw and apologize.
Senator Edu. Senator Edu. Honorable Senator Chirengei, you have raised your point of order. Let the chair. I'm here to rule on that particular point of order, Senator Eddy, so just hold your horses. Senator Eddy, indeed, if you give any statement, you should be able to, one, take responsibility of that statement, and secondly, you should be able to substantiate some of these allegations. Failure to which, you know what to do. Withdraw and proceed to conclude your statement. And I'll give you, you have 26 seconds. That is what you had. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The same way we have got alleged advocate Senator Cherargei is the same way I've said that these are alleged issues that I can be able, if given time, I can bring to this House a number of politicians here and a number of politicians in State House and a number of leaders in other places that have been in these churches, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm saying we must hold them to account, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. If Senator Cherargei, can the chair do his work? Senator Eddy, if you don't have the answers now, then you have to withdraw. Next time, carry those facts with you so that as you state the issue, you can be able to substantiate. So proceed to withdraw.
Mr. Speaker.
At the time you'll be ready with those statements, you can be able to come and...
Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Methu and Senator Cheptumo. Senator Cheptumo, you're out of order. Kindly proceed.
They're eating into my time, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Eddy.
Yes.
Now that you don't have the facts with you,
Mr. Speaker,
kindly
I am
proceed.
allowed in this House.
Kindly proceed. Order, Senator Eddy. Kindly proceed to withdraw that particular statement.
Mr. Speaker, I am allowed and I have a right in this House that if you want me to bring evidence of politicians and leaders who have been in these churches,
Senator
I can
Eddy.
bring that evidence, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Eddy.
That's not what our standing orders allow, Mr. Speaker. We have been in a place where members here have been allowed to bring
Senator
their evidence
Eddy,
at a
when
given
I'm
time.
talking, you keep quiet. Senator Eddy, order senators. Order senators. Senator Eddy, I have made a ruling on this particular matter. Okay? You cannot state a fact and then seek to come and substantiate on it. Not on this particular matter. So kindly proceed to withdraw that particular.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I indulge you?
Before you make any statement, proceed to
Mr.
withdraw
Speaker,
that particular.
I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they are making noise. Can you
proceed,
May you
Senator
protect
Eddy,
Mr.
please?
Speaker?
Proceed. Proceed, Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, you know how much I respect the chair. In the same standing order that Senator Cherargei has talked about 105, it is our own rules in the House. 105.2 says, if a senator has sufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the Senate is unable to substantiate the delegations instantly, the Speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegation not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 21. So I'm just begging, Mr. Speaker, your indulgence that I can be able to substantiate these things the next sitting day.
Senator Eddie, I believe you understand English, and that's why you've read that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In English. You see, I need to be convinced. I want you to read that particular standing order. Just read it again.
If a senator has sufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the Speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegations not later than the next sitting day.
Senator Eddie, I have made a ruling in this particular matter. You are unable to substantiate. Kindly proceed to withdraw and conclude your remarks and take the chair. Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I respect your ruling. Even as I withdraw because I respect you, Mr. Speaker, I feel like you're gagging me. Because you are saying I'm unable to substantiate, when actually I am requesting for time to substantiate what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. This is democratic country, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be
Proceed
fair.
to conclude now that you've withdrawn. Proceed to conclude your remarks. You have 20 seconds. I'm informed your time is up, Senator, so kindly proceed to take your seat. Senator Chimera. Senator Mogeni.
Asante.
Senator Mogeni, and I hope you're not taking us back to that matter.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you know we defer to you a lot. And we are here because we have been elected from our respective counties to come and discuss. Mr. Speaker, to come and discuss issues that are of national importance without fear or favor. And Mr. Speaker, these standing orders carry the force of the Constitution. They flow from the Constitution.
Senator Mogeni, if I get you correctly, you are standing on a point of order,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
But if you look at Standing Order 98, this is what it provides. That any senator may raise a point of order at any time during the speech of another senator. There is no senator making a speech. Yes, but I'm saying there is no senator making a speech. And therefore, I'm afraid, Senator Mogeni, I may not allow you to proceed with that point of order. Senator Chimera.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa fursa hii ambayo umenipa nizungumzie swala hili la Shakahola. Vile vile nataka kuungana na maseneta wenzangu kumkashifu na kumshtumu kwa vikali sana Pastor Paul Mackenzie kwa itikadi yake hii. Kumradhi. Bwana Paul Mackenzie kwa kueneza itikadi hii. Vile vile kwa niaba yangu kibinafsi na niaba ya wananchi wa kaunti tukufu ya Kwale niweze kupeana rambirambi zangu kwa familia ambazo zimepoteza wapendwa wao katika swala hili lote la Shakahola. Bwana Spika, nilisikiza kwa umakini sana kiongozi wa wachache walio bungeni, Mheshimiwa Senator Madzayo jana na leo kuhusu swala hili lote. Na yeye alielezea kwa kina sana kwamba lazima wale afisa wa serikali wakiongozwa na county commissioner, county commander wachukuliwe hatua wakali sana. Mimi ningependa tu nimwambie rafiki yangu, kaka yangu kwamba mgala muue na haki pia umpe. County commissioner wa Kilifi County, rafiki yangu Josephat Biot, alipawa kazi hivi majuzi tu, nafikiri mwezi mmoja au miezi miwili iliyopita. County commander vile vile, mkuu wa NIS vile vile. Hawa maafisa wa serikali walikuwa county ya Kilifi hapo awali walitolewa. Na pia mimi nataka niwaombe marafiki zangu maseneta katika pande ya Azimio, tafadhali tusifanye siasa na maisha ya Mkenya. Tumepoteza Wakenya wengi pale. Kama hauna imani wewe kama seneta, kama kiongozi, basi ufai kuwa katika jumba hili. Yale ni maisha ya Mkenya. Mimi nawaomba jamani, viongozi wenzangu, tuache kufanya siasa na maisha ya Mkenya. wamepoteza maisha yao pale. Vile vile tupatiane fursa bunge hili. Kuna kamati ya usalama hapa, kuna kamati ya sheria, haki na usawa. Walivalia njuga swala hili, wakafanya uchunguzi wao kule, watuletee report hapa. Lakini kuja hapa kila siku mbele ya jumba hili ambalo ni la heshima na taadhima kuu, kurushiana maneno ya kisiasa, kuweka kejeli pande hii na pande ile nyingine, sio sawa jamani. Wakenya wanatuangalia jamani, mimi nawaomba tu, na waombeeni kwa heshima kuu kama seneta mchanga zaidi hapa ndani. Mtupatie fursa kama viongozi tufanye hii kazi. Tuache siasa jamani, turuhusu asasi za serikali zifanye kazi yake. Vile vile nikimalizia, nimeona katika mtandao Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba, na hii ni kejeli, kwamba mawakili wa yule Paul Mackenzie.
Senator Mazayo, Senator Chimera, kindly yield. Senator Mazayo, what is your point of order?
Bwana Spika, singependelea kumwingilia ndugu yangu, lakini ninayotaka kusema ni kwamba amesema swala la siasa. Swala lilo katika bunge letu hivi sasa linalojadiliwa si swala la siasa, bali swala la mauaji, na ndio limeletwa mbele ya hili bunge.
Under what standing order, Senator Mazayo, are you bringing your point of order?
Clarity 105.
Aware of the contents of 105, yeah?
Yeah.
You're aware of the provisions of 105? Responsibility for statements of fact. Is that where your point of order springs from?
Yes.
All right, proceed.
So kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, hakuna mtu ambaye anaongea mambo ya siasa hapa. Saa hizi ni kwamba tunaongea juu ya vifo na ni hatua gani na ni kamati gani itakayohusika, na kama ndugu yangu mdogo ameona kwamba hilo ni swala la siasa, kusema kama watu wamezembea kazi wafutwe kazi, basi mimi nataka kumwambia hilo si swala la siasa. Hilo ni swala liko ndani ya nyumba na linajadiliwa na wenzake, na silichukulie kama ni swala.
What is your point of order?
Kwa hiyo je, kusema kwamba hili ni swala la siasa, swala la vifo vya watu vilivyotokea visipopungua zaidi ya 100 ni swala la siasa hilo?
Senator Chimera, conclude your...
Asante Bwana Spika, shukran pia ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Senator Mazayo, lakini nafikiri huku nielewa wewe, unaninukuu kimakosa. Nimesema tu kama viongozi tuache kufanya siasa na maisha ya Mkenya. Sijasema kwamba swala hili katika flow ya nyumba hii liko la kisiasa. Hapo naona hujanielewa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimaliza.
Your time is up, and honorable senators, we had agreed that we shall terminate debate at 4 o'clock. It's now 10 minutes past 4. So we shall rest this particular matter there and proceed to do the final statement by the Honorable Senator Geoffrey Osotsi. Now that Senator Osotsi is not ready to proceed with it. All right, proceed.
I'm very ready, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I apologize for coming in late. I wish to make a statement on the deal between the governments of Kenya and Saudi Arabia on the importation of cheaper fuel. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy regarding the deal between the governments of Kenya and Saudi Arabia on the importation of cheaper fuel into the country. In the statement, the committee should, 1, apprise the Senate on the terms of the deal between Kenya and Saudi Arabia, clearly stating which oil companies have been nominated to import fuel for local and transit market. 2, give details in full disclosure of the bilateral agreement of the cost-benefit analysis and how this will be applied to reduce the cost of fuel in the country, taking into account the taxes and levies that will be applied. 3, state whether this deal was a loan arrangement, and in the case that it was, provide details on why Parliament was excluded in the approval process of the deal. And 4, spell out measures, if any, to ensure that this oil deal will not be used to benefit actors in the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable Senators, we will proceed debate. That was interrupted yesterday, Tuesday, 25th April 2023. Now, I can see my dashboard is jammed. Hopefully, is for purposes of contributing to this particular motion. I'll therefore proceed to call Senator Manzo.
Not on this one.
If you spoke on this particular motion,
I did not. I actually queued.
Proceed,
I
Senator
actually
Manzo.
queued.
I'm informed you did not.
Equalization fund, yes, I've not shared on this. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution talks of things which should be in equalization
What is
fund.
your point of order, Senator Cheptumo?
Mr. Speaker, in view of the time remaining, will I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to request that we reduce the time for a member, because I believe most members would want to speak to this motion. That's my...
Honorable Senators, according to our standing orders, each senator is allowed not more than 20 minutes to speak. However, we can limit debate. Senator Cheptumo rose on a point of order, whether correctly or otherwise, seeking that we limit debate to less than the allowable not more than 20 minutes. Honorable Senators, do we proceed to allow each senator to speak as per the time allocated to each senator in the standing order? All right, we shall proceed. Each senator will speak for the allowable time as given in the standing orders. So, Senator Manzo, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter of equalization and the Senator for Barigo, who was with me in National Assembly, knows is a very heavy matter in this country. Mr. Speaker, since the new constitution came into being, the Equalization Fund has never been dispensed to any of the counties it was meant to serve. And Mr. Speaker, what has happened over the years, and even it is more absurd in the current bill to deal with the Equalization Fund, although we are dealing with the devolution units, Mr. Speaker, there is very little participation of the Senate or the counties in the dispensation of these monies. Mr. Speaker, what is even more absurd, that the CRA is supposed to have done the apportionment in consultation with the Senate and in consultation with quite a number of interested parties, and unfortunately that did not happen. Mr. Speaker, despite serious presentations that Makueni gets Equalization Fund, Machakos did and Kitui did. The reason given that Makueni did not get Equalization Fund was that the railway passes through there, and especially now the new railway. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the railway and even the highway, which goes through Makueni for almost 200 kilometers, does not benefit the locals at all. If anything, upon the coming of the new railway station, the railway gauge, most towns in Makueni on Mombasa Road were shut down and business went down, and the locals suffered a lot more than it would have benefited. It is only recently, Mr. Speaker, when the trucks came back. Some of the towns started coming back to life, and therefore that cannot be a reason advanced by CRA to deny Makueni. The other reason advanced by CRA to deny Makueni, even a little apportionment of these monies, was that in Makueni, we have a lot of educated people, that a lot of people in Makueni have gone through education, they are graduates, and therefore they must be working and taking monies back home. Far from it, Mr. Speaker, although we have many educated people, most of them are jobless, they have not had an opportunity to work in an organization or even start their own businesses. And therefore, the numbers of the many educated people of Makueni, many young people who are graduates, does not equate into any monies coming to the county of Makueni. And this argument has been used by CRA to deny us even the allocation for the counties, under not even under Equalization Fund. And this, under the Constitution, was supposed to deal with water, was supposed to deal with electricity, was supposed to deal with roads, and was supposed to deal with health. As far as roads are concerned, our biggest problem are bridges. And some of the roads which are maintained by Kera or Kenha in Makueni County have very poor bridges. And this weekend, Mr. Speaker, we suffered quite a number of people being washed by rivers when it rained heavily. And Mr. Speaker, I almost became a victim, of one of those low bridges where the water it blocked people so that when you are traveling, you are unable to go back, nor are you able to go front. And quite a number of lorries, transporting food, against the misconception that, when a vehicle is heavy, will go through a river. Far from it, Mr. Speaker. So long as the water of a river or a bridge is above half of the tire, the vehicle has every chance of being ferried away by that river, for it becomes, very light because you see the tires are pressured. Mr. Speaker, that has been a very big problem in Makueni. The bridges, the rivers, and the roads. And again, also, electricity has not gone into every place in Makueni. And similarly, although we are doing Thwake Dam, which has delayed as to when it would have been functional by now, we'll be having the dam now. But by now, there has been delays in payments of contractor, there has been delays in terms of implementation, and the dam, which should be beginning to serve the people of Makueni, Kitui, and Machakos, and Kajiado, and Konza City, has not yet been, implemented. It is slowed, eventually to be completed, and I'm working very hard as a senator, and started this when I was a member of parliament of Makueni, to make sure the Thwake Dam is actualized. But still, that's not enough to deny the people of Makueni Equalization Fund. Mr. Speaker, in terms of health, we still have a lot of dispensaries which have not been brought to a level whereby mothers can deliver there, because that's the biggest need. Children's life, when a child has an emergency, there are those little emergencies of a child. When a mother rushes to a nearby dispensary, when a child cannot breathe, and a lot of time they lock up, there is a technology used. And although the government of Makueni the county government of Makueni is making every effort to do with the health funds have never fully been devolved from Nairobi. The agriculture funds have never fully been devolved from Nairobi. So again, when the CRA goes on to deny Makueni simply because the railway gauge passes through there, honestly, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there is a very big problem there. And despite the many presentations the leadership of Makueni, including myself, have made to CRA, and the CRA have even visited Makueni, having just emerged from a drought, and whereby Makuenians have suffered a great deal, and having not been equalized, this equalization fund has now become something which does not depict the meaning of equalization. The whole idea of equalization under the Constitution was to make sure that counties or regions or constituencies which have been disadvantaged over the years since we got independence and some services have not reached there, this fund should be available to make sure that these funds should be available to make sure that that particular area is equalization has taken place. And I had said on electricity, water, health, and roads. And therefore, that particular case has not been accepted by CRA. And I want to state that also, since this equalization fund started, it has never been taken into any count. It has never been implemented. And for the first time, we have come up with a bill which is planning to implement this. But unfortunately, and I want to state it very clearly as a lawyer of many years of experience, this bill ends up being discriminative and therefore unconstitutional as it stands. We are debating an illegal bill. We are dealing with a bill which, even in its allocation of the funds, some of the allocations which have been done to some of other counties are just ridiculous. You give a whole county 43 million shillings. Even CDF gives better money than that. What will you do? You claim now you have equalized account by just giving it 43 million shillings. It's ridiculous. It could have, probably if it was 43 billion to a county, which is disadvantaged, it will make sense. But when you send just 43 million, will it do a health center? If so, how many health centers will it do? Will it do electricity? If so, how much of it? To how many villages? Will it do a bridge? I don't think so. In a river which keeps on sweeping people, bridges, an average bridge of an average river costs close to 400 million if you really want to save lives or you want to get serious as a country. So I don't think CRA was serious at all. And I don't think the government is serious at all. We are bringing this bill, which is for the budget of 2022-2023. This is how ridiculous it is. And this is how counties have suffered under the governments since devolution started. You pass the money or bring the money to a county the last month of a financial year. What development can this bill do? So we have before us a ridiculous bill, a bill the government is not serious about, a bill which is not implementable, and a bill which is mocking some of the counties, and a bill also which has discriminated Makueni County as a county. And I really want to tell CRA, this is not the end of the Makueni people represented by myself on this floor. I am proceeding to the High Court to make sure that this bill is described as unconstitutional and therefore fails and cannot take place and cannot be implemented in this nation when Makueni people who are suffering most and are top in suffering as far as water is concerned, electricity is concerned, roads are concerned, and health are concerned, more than any other county in this country, and probably only follows, the arid counties. It's a seriously arid county. We have seen counties which are not arid included here. In fact, we should rethink the whole idea of equalization fund. Probably equalization should take place in every county, but then proportionate according to the problems of that county. Because even if you come to Nairobi, there are people living in the slums. They have no health, they have no water, but they need to be equalized to those who live where there are such things. Go to a county, any other county you pick, which has been denied these monies, you will still find there are disadvantaged people. So the whole idea of our constitution on equalization fund has not been met. And not only am I going to fight this bill in this house, it is an illegal bill. Even if you use your numbers and pass it, I'm still going to challenge that decision in court. Now that recently we already created precedents that whatever court order comes from court, then this house must obey. And I believe now I must do this because you have created precedents. Go to court, stop this bill. In fact, I'm instructing my lawyers this afternoon. I'm going to give them a copy of this bill so that we fail it and so that CRA can learn to do their jobs properly, to consult the senators. Which senator, if any, was ever consulted when this bill was being implemented? None of it. If you look at the team on the ground which sits to deal with this, the senator is not one of them. They have representatives of CDF. They have, somebody from the provincial administration, a county commissioner or an assistant county commissioner. They are the people who sit there. Which representative of senator sat there? Then you bring the bill to Senate to pass it when you never consulted the Senate. That fails on the part of public participation. I can assure you there was no public participation, proper public participation or legal public participation on this bill. What happened was just some people pretending that they are consulting on this bill, did not consult sufficiently, did not consult Treasury, did not consult the senators, did not consult the people who deal with this, did not consult the committee, or even the Attorney General, who should be giving a proper interpretation on what this means. And if you look at the total amount of money which has been sent for equalization to help counties or regions or you know, villages who are disadvantaged, you realize that they did not follow the law at all. So then how do you come up, and if you look at the budget, it's so small. It does not fall under the category of equalization fund, although it was supposed to be increased with the time and to take part of this. If you check what the senator for Turkana contributed yesterday, that he himself has to cross rivers physically. He has to abandon his car, cross a river, and the mothers and children are expected to cross that river to go to a dispensary, and there's no bridge. And then you give him monies in Turkana, which cannot even make one bridge. It means there's something very wrong with the way we administer this fund, the way we have understood it under the meaning of the Constitution, the way this fund is supposed to be dealt with, and it means there is a big problem without public participation. Then there are very many disadvantaged wards, because this was supposed to go directly to the wards. There is also loss of, you know, the original idea, which the framers of our Constitution, what they wanted, what they meant, what they wanted done with the Equalization Fund has already been lost in this particular bill. Then when you talk about other basic needs, you know, things like education, really, the CRA, although that's not included in the Constitution, talking about his basic needs, have they covered all of them? During this time of drought, was it not better to have Equalization Fund to make sure that people who went without food or through schools could be taken care of? Then what has it dealt with? You know the item. You know the timelines. Really, the budgetary timelines. Why is it be brought to us to pass, and then when it goes to President for assent, and then Treasury doesn't have the funds, and then the financial year is closed, and then no monies can be dispensed. Again, the projects have not been identified. Again, procurement has not. In 2 months, Madam Speaker, isn't it not ridiculous? Has it not been repeated over the years? And is it not Senator Governor Robert thinks of this? He's gone through this experience. He has gone through this experience as a governor, and a very other good governor, Mandago. Yes, if you can inform me, I will appreciate, because he has been through this. When monies arrive, Mr. Speaker, the very last day of dispensation or of the financial year, I wish to be informed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to inform my colleague, Senator Mwanzo, that once this fund is appropriated, that the fund will not lapse at the end of the financial year, but will remain in the Equalization Fund kitty once appropriated. And as such, the counties that are beneficiaries of this fund do not stand to lose at the end of the financial year. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that has been the story since 2010. And none of this money actually can be traced. It is a very good story told, but has it left, where is it saved, and for when, and for what counties? And that's why I'm saying, for me, I oppose it, and I am going to go to court to stop it. For whatever bill has been presented here is unconstitutional, is discriminative, has discriminated the people of Makueni among other counties, and therefore cannot stand. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose.
Yes. Senator William Kisang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Honorable Senator Manzo called you Mr. Speaker, so I think he forgot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill reluctantly because, Madam Speaker, when this fund was set up, it was supposed to help counties that are marginalized to achieve basic services. It's unfortunate that Elgeyo-Marakwet County is one of the counties that is benefiting but very low. As Honorable Mansa said, Makueni is getting about 40-something million. Elgeyo-Marakwet County that is marginalized is only getting 87 million out of the 13 billion. Madam Speaker, the biggest problem with CRA, when they visit our counties, they only go to county headquarters. Elgeyo-Marakwet County has a long stretch of Gerio Valley, all the way from Soy North up to Endo Ward, where we have also suffered because of insecurity that we've had for over 50 years. So, Madam Speaker, we want CRA to tell us, where do they get data to allocate these resources? Because there are some counties that are neighboring Elgeyo-Marakwet County getting close to $1 billion, and Elgeyo-Marakwet County is just getting 87 million. This is unfortunate, and we'll petition, as my colleague has said, maybe instead of stopping the resources going to the counties, we plan for the next financial year, 2023-24, so that they can do affirmative action. Those counties that are disadvantaged in this particular bill are compensated during 2023-24 financial year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the last several years, Elgeyo-Marakwet County, we more than 4, 5, 6 wards, they have suffered because of insecurity, and we thought this equalization fund would be used, will be allocated to the county so that, Madam Speaker, we can get basics like health centers, dispensaries, we do boreholes, because water is a basic need. Health is a basic need. Education. There are some schools that are closed because of insecurity, and this would have assisted the Elgeyo-Marakwet County at least to be equalized, to come up. Madam Speaker, even that formula, the allocation, the CRA formula to allocate share of revenue, Elgeyo-Marakwet County is still one of the counties that is bottom 3 in terms of allocation. So I believe when the formula comes for review next year, we'll be championing and lobbying so that, you know, this marginalization is not allowed to continue. Madam Speaker, I've checked Tiaty constituency that as there are several bandits that have been, we have been terrorizing people across the region, the North Rift region have gotten 481 million. This 481 million, I hope, Madam Speaker, that particular constituency, they'll use the resources to put up schools so that the children of Tiaty constituency who are not going to school may go to school so that people can have peace. In fact, I was saying Minister of Interior and Minister of Education, they need to liaise so that those children who are below 15 years and below are forced to go to school, because that particular area also has been marginalized since independence. Tiaty constituency is 1.5 the size of Elgeyo-Marakwet County with only 60 primary schools, when Elgeyo-Marakwet County is having close to 600 primary schools. Secondary schools, less than 10. Where then you expect the bandits to end? It will not, because they are not going to school. If they don't go to school, they know what to do best and ensure they terrorize everybody around there. So we should allocate Tiaty actually more than this 400 million, maybe even 2 billion, as we give Elgeyo-Marakwet County close to another billion. So, Madam Speaker, I know people are not happy with the allocation, but we should not kill the bill because of that. We should look forward to the next financial year, and we sit down with CRA. They give us the formula. How did they arrive at these figures? Because it is not equal it's not equitable, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, mine is just to say I will fight so that Elgeyo Marakwet County gets additional resources so that we can have good hospitals, we can have water for our people, we can do better roads, because the Gerivala is really marginalized. You know, when people go to Iten, you go to Kapsoar, you think Elgeyo Marakwet County is not arid, it's an arid county. In fact, we are pushing to ensure Elgeyo Marakwet County is made an ASAL county. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the bill and ask Honorable Senator Manzo, please don't go to court. These resources will help, even that 43 million that is going to Makueni, it's going to help. It will help. Oh, it's zero. Then let us start lobbying so that you don't let somebody who is in theater, who is suffering, a child who has not gone to school, to delay going to school because you are going to court. I support, Madam Speaker.
Senator Edwin Sifuna Watenya.
Madam Speaker, allow me to start by saying yesterday I had a copy of the Equalization Bill as published by the Kenya Gazette. Today I have a copy. And the reason I bring that up is because, Madam Speaker, when we were being oriented as new senators, we were told that one of the ways to distinguish a Senate bill from the National Assembly bill is the color. The one I had yesterday was color blue. The one we were debating on division of revenue was color green. And the point I wanted to make here, because there were some people who were alleging that they have added 15 billion shillings to the counties. That green bill, the 15 billion additional money from 370 to 385 was given by the National Assembly. We in this House have our own opportunity in this equalization bill to add some money under the equalization fund, and this is the only money we can tell counties we have given them, Madam Speaker. Let me proceed to the provision of the Constitution, Article 204, Madam Speaker, that in fact this fund is ring-fenced in what it's supposed to be used for. And it says under 204.2 that the national government shall use the equalization fund only to provide basic services, including water, roads, health facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas to the extent necessary to bring the quality of those services in those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation as far as possible. Madam Speaker, I stand here to support this bill, knowing full well that as a senator of Nairobi, my county is not in the schedule here. My county is not eligible to receive these monies. And contrary to some of the submissions that were made yesterday by some of the colleagues, especially my brother, Senator Kajwang from Homa Bay, he admitted that he was supporting the bill for selfish reasons because his county is one of the ones that are benefiting. I stand here knowing full well, Madam Speaker, that Nairobi County is not on this schedule. But I know for a fact that I took an oath on the first day in this Senate to protect devolution, and that is exactly why I'm standing to support this bill. We say here in Nairobi that what your brother has eaten is not lost. So I stand up to support this knowing full well, Madam Speaker, that we are not on this schedule as Nairobi. But it's not as if Nairobi does not have areas where the services, basic services like water, roads, health facilities, and electricity are missing. Madam Speaker, I know that many of you live in this city because we host the Senate. You are invited to visit some of these areas. A large proportion of the residents of Nairobi are actually what you can describe as the urban poor, and they go every day without these services. Examples were given here of Kuinda in Karen, which is an informal settlement, Madam Speaker, Githogoro in Westlands, Kwanjenga, Kwaruben. Madam Speaker, in all these areas I'm mentioning, just to mention but a few, basic services like water, roads, health facilities, and electricity are missing. In fact, as a member of the Energy Committee, and I am happy that, Madam Chair, you are in the Energy Committee when the people of Mukuru petitioned us here that they are unable to access affordable, regular, and stable electricity in Mukuru. So it would have been nice for us to argue that Nairobi should fit in this particular schedule. But this is why, as their senator, I was fighting so hard in case anybody misunderstood me, Madam Speaker. when it came to the division of revenue, because that is the only opportunity that we have as residents of Nairobi to actually increase our share of the resources that we need for us to be able to provide these services to our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also very telling, and I don't want this to appear like it is an attack on any colleague or in fact on the Senate itself. But my heart was broken last week, and I have to speak to it every time that I get an opportunity. Of the 34 counties, Madam Speaker, that are listed as beneficiaries of this equalization fund, 23 out of those 34, Madam Speaker, their senators in this House voted to defeat the, the finance bill, the report of the Finance Committee that had proposed that we increase these resources by 22 more billion shillings. In fact, I have said that each of those 22 senators cost us as devolution 1 billion shillings each. Madam Speaker, it leaves me at a very difficult position. When I sit here, I listen to my brother from Turkana, or in fact, my brother from Elgeyo Marakwet, who has just spoken now. Because here in Nairobi, we believe money is money. Money is money. And you should never leave money on the table when there's an opportunity for you to grab money for yourself and your people. There is no difference between money allocated through division of revenue and this bill that we are currently debating, Madam Speaker. It's not as if I wanted to build a health center in Mukuru kwa Njenga, that if I want to pay the contractor, he will ask me, is this money from the division of revenue or from the equalization fund? No, money is money, Madam Speaker. So I am looking at my colleagues with some, I am amazed, I am just befuddled, because, Madam Speaker, you are arguing, my brother from Nandi, 457 million shillings from the equalization fund, when you actually gave away 1 billion shillings as a senator. Turkana, he's arguing for 1.5 billion shillings. I am sure he would have gotten more, because every single year, Turkana is always second to Nairobi in terms of the quantity of money that is allocated under the division of revenue, Madam Speaker. So I want, first of all those issues that my brother, Senator for Turkana, was speaking to yesterday. Madam Speaker, you must always go back to the beginning of this journey of devolution and how we ended up in the place that we are. If you read the final report of the CKRC of 2005, Madam Speaker, the things that Senator Lomenen was saying yesterday was said by the residents of Kenya in 2004, in 2005 during the Bomas process. They said that they wanted to see a division of resources between and benefits between national government and communities where those resources are found. This is what we are talking about. There was wide support for local government, for devolution, what we were sworn to protect. There was a widespread feeling amongst Kenyans of alienation from the central government and power. Madam Speaker, there was a feeling of marginalization, neglect, and victimization for political affiliation. These are the problems that were identified, that were the reason why Kenyans decided that we needed to have these two levels of government and they needed to be funded equally, Madam Speaker. They wanted that the local governments, the local authorities, be the ones to deal with local infrastructure such as roads, hospitals, and schools. These are the direct views of Kenyans that ended up under Article 204(2), Madam Speaker, and also the reason why we have devolved units. So, Madam Speaker, I look at these figures here, and I say we have had opportunity to be able to increase our lot, but we gave up that opportunity. If you look at the allocations of the Equalization Fund, it is specific to certain wards, Madam Speaker. That means that it is not the entire, even if your county is here, it is not the entire county that is going to benefit from the Equalization Fund. Specific wards within specific constituencies have been highlighted as those that require this support the most. Madam Speaker, I will cry and cry and cry again, because I believe we lost a very big opportunity as a Senate to push for greater allocation for all our counties. And yet, when you look at this allocation, it only deals with specific wards. Madam Speaker, let me leave it there so that my colleagues can contribute as well. But I support that, in fact, in a country such as ours, we cannot continue to live the way we are living. Because if indeed we are all equal under the law and as Kenyans, there is no reason why I should enjoy paved roads, enjoy water, flowing water every day, enjoy stable electricity, when I am unwell, I am able to access medical cover, and yet I have my countrymen in any particular corner, whether of this city or in fact the entire country, who are unable to access them at the very basic level. The senator for Turkana also reminded us that it was not until 5 years ago that they actually saw a tarmac road. It cannot make sense. I am sure we should even have these exchanges between counties. I would like Senator Methu to also visit Homa Bay to see how the people there are living, so that you compare, are the roads as good or as bad as those in Nyandarua? Are the people there able to access health facilities as easily or as difficult or as hard as the people of Nyandarua? It is critical, Madam Speaker, so that when we see these things, I think we will be guided by the greater picture of how the nation looks like, and we will be able to act in concert so that we help to save devolution and to help our people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for I think the last 2 days I've tried to get an opportunity to speak, and I've not been lucky. And as I rise, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, to support this bill, just like my colleague who spoke before me, Senator Sifuna, I would want to first say that as I support this bill, Nyandarua does not appear in the schedule, and I think I share in the thoughts and wisdom that when my brother has eaten, the next plate of food shall obviously be mine, because they cannot be in the line twice. Madam Speaker, any money that is going to our counties, regardless of whichever county the money is going to, we are here to support, and that is why, Madam Speaker, last week I voted amongst another, I think, 23 or 24 or 25 senators to add 15 billion to our counties, which is a positive step towards strengthening devolution. Madam Speaker, as I give the facts as to why I also think that even though I support the bill, there is something that I looked into, that the classification of the wards that deserve this money, and actually devolving the money to the ward level, Madam Speaker, and should even be devolved even further to our villages, because misconceptions are there, Madam Speaker. Even as we say that a comparative study has been done, misconceptions are there. Madam Speaker, as I represent the county of Nyandarua, everybody who has never visited the county of Nyandarua will always imagine that the whole of that county is agricultural. The fact that we are the leading producer of potatoes in the whole republic may make anybody imagine that the potatoes are grown in the entire county, Madam Speaker. As it is now, in the last year, Nyandarua County produced 0.5 million metric tons of potatoes, which was the highest. We did 33% international contribution, which is the highest in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, in the statistics availed by the Ministry of Agriculture, Nyandarua County is the second leading producer of milk in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County again is the leading producer of French beans in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County is the leading producer of cabbages in the whole republic. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County again is still the leading producer of carrots in the whole republic. But not every part of Nyandarua is productive, Madam Speaker. That is why I feel that taking this money to the ward would try and sort out some of the problems that we face, Madam Speaker. A sub-county in Nyandarua, Madam Speaker, called Ndaragwa, shares to a very big extent the climate of Laikipia. And for Laikipia, wards that are adjacent to Nyandarua in Laikipia to qualify, and whenever we get relief food, it is for Ndaragwa and Laikipia, we feel, Madam Speaker, that As we go on, this injustice should and must be sorted against the people of Nyandarua. Madam Speaker, the senator from Nairobi just spoke here. And just yesterday, we were looking at a petition in this, in a committee that I sit in, Madam Speaker. And some of the historical injustices that must be addressed include what is contained in this bill, Madam Speaker. The facts are as follows, Madam Speaker. Nairobi County, that is represented by my colleague, the senator who spoke before me, takes 15.6 million liters of water from Nyandarua every day. Every running day, we supply 12% of all the water that is used in Nairobi. That water, Madam Speaker, comes from a dam that is called Sasumwa Dam. Sasumwa Dam is located in a ward called Jambini. Sasumwa Dam was dug and built in 1959, long before Senator Sifuna and I were born. In the agreement that was signed by the colonial government at that time, an intake cannot be built above the Sasumwa Dam. As it is now, Madam Speaker, there is no framework as to how the county government of Nyandarua can provide water to the residents of Jambini, a ward, to the residents of Githafai, a ward, to the residents of Nyakio, a ward. Those good creatures who give 12.6 million liters of water to Nairobi every day do not have access to clean drinking water, whereas the senator of Nairobi and his people are using the same money for drinking, washing their clothes, and washing their vehicles. Madam Speaker, how much of an injustice can that be, Madam Speaker? We are the people that take care of that resource, and because that matter will come separately, it was just a demonstration as to how we, as the people of Nyandarua, and indeed many other counties that are not in this schedule, feel that even as we go on, some of these issues must be sorted out. Madam Speaker, in the former Central Kenya, which is popularly referred to as the Mount Kenya region, Nyandarua County that I represent in this Senate is the biggest in terms of land size. In terms of electricity conductivity, Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County is the lowest. In all the 10 Mount Kenya counties, we are barely at 40% in terms of conductivity, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it would be sad to note in this era and time, Madam Speaker, that a ward in Nyandarua is not even 20% connected to electricity, Madam Speaker. If then we are speaking about money that is supposed to settle some of these issues, Madam Speaker, then if those injustices cannot be addressed as we go on, Madam Speaker, then we would, even as we support that the other people get this money, we will slowly wear out and we will get tired. These are issues that should and must be addressed. The second thing, Madam Speaker, Sasumwa was just one instance. Abadeas, that borders Nyandarua, is one of the 5 major water towers in the Republic. A dam in Nyandarua called Konoike Dam serves all its water to Nakuru. Another dam that is being done now by the current administration, Madam Speaker, called Malewa, all the waters will be used by the residents of Naivasha. Madam Speaker, we don't have a problem in giving our brothers, the people of Nairobi, the people of Nakuru, the people of many other places water, Madam Speaker. But surely, Madam Speaker, are we then children of a lesser God? That ours, in the community that I come from, they always say that a pot, the work of a pot is only to cook. The work of a pot is not to eat. So, Madam Speaker, we want to distinguish ourselves. We shall no longer be pots. We shall serve food after tasting the food. Madam Speaker, every time there are wildfires in the Abadeas, the people of Nairobi, who are the majority in this republic, they never bother. They only read it in the news. They only see it in the Twitter. They never bother. The fires are never close to them. There's no way that they can be able to even access the Abadeas. But our young men from Nyandarua, every time there is a wildfire, they sleep out until we are able to put out that fire. If we are putting out that fire so that we protect the catchment, then how wrong are we then to ask that we get something small? Not everything. I wish, and it is this ridiculous, Madam Speaker, that when the MD, we captured the MD, because they got a revenue of 4.7 billion in the financial year 2020, how much they gave back to the catchment. And the MD said that in the 5 years that he has been around, the only thing that they have done to the people of Nyandarua is give them back 15 tanks, 15 10,000 liter tanks, just 15. Barely a million bob, Madam Speaker. Barely a million bob, Madam Speaker. Having taken a resource from our county worth 20-something billion. Are we then really children of Aresa God? That is a matter that I'll pursue some other time, Madam Speaker, because we shall come. Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Sifuna? Poses minutes.
Yes, I don't want to interfere with the presentation, but my brother, the senator for Nyandarua, should not create the impression that we get the water from Nyandarua for free. In fact, the people of Nairobi pay for that water, Madam Speaker. And also that when there was a recent fire, Madam Speaker, it was a national effort to put out that fire, including agencies such as KWS. It's not just the young people of Nyandarua who did it. So please, I know we have that dispute and it is before a committee, but I just let him not mislead the House as to the nature of the relationship of the people of Nyandarua and Nairobi. And finally, Madam Speaker, also that there are many residents of Nairobi, including the good senator, who come from Nyandarua, and they enjoy that same water that they take care of upstream. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in fact, that point of order was very necessary because it builds onto the case that they charge and they pay for the water, but the people of Nyandarua get nothing out of it. It is a very good admission from the senator that when we are giving them water, they tell us that it's a natural resource from God. But when they are giving it to the people of Nairobi, they sell it and they get revenue out of it. That is the bond of contention, and because it is before a committee, that will be dealt with. And maybe to just remind him, the wildfires that he says that was a concerted effort, where I agree, a story is told, Madam Speaker, of an elephant that carried a fly on the back. And when they were crossing a river, the bridge was squeaking. So when they got to the other side, the fly told the elephant, you saw we almost broke the bridge. So it is the same thing. Out of like 2,000 young men, and there are 5 people from KWS, so they want to say that they helped us put out the fire, and we were 2,000 of us. And we shall be happy to take care of that resource. We love the people of Nairobi. Madam Speaker, again, the Equalization Fund, part of the work and functions that they are supposed to undertake, the services that are supposed to be offered are health services. Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County, one of the counties that is not in this schedule, Madam Speaker, is one whose health status must be addressed and addressed aptly, and more resources must be sent to our counties, Madam Speaker. As it is now, Madam Speaker, Nyandarua County does not have a referral hospital. Nyandarua County, among us all the other counties, does not have a referral hospital. We depend on the goodwill of the people of Nairobi again, on the goodwill of the people of Kiambu, on the goodwill of the people of Nakuru. Madam Speaker, even if we do not get a referral health facility out of this bill, Madam Speaker, then we could get sufficient personnel in our local health centers and dispensaries, and sufficient medicine in our local health facilities and dispensaries, so that, Madam Speaker, we then reduce pressure. If you look at the statistics of the NHIF of the people of Nyandarua, we advantage the counties of Nakuru and Nairobi more than we advantage the health facilities from our own county, Madam Speaker. Because our people are coming for referral services in Nairobi, our people are coming for referral hospital services in Nakuru. And Madam Speaker, issues to do with health, If you are cascading these matters downward, you find, Madam Speaker, wards in Nyandarua who either do not have a dispensary, and even those ones that have dispensaries are in very deplorable conditions. Madam Speaker, my own dispensary where I come from is carving from a settler house. You can imagine when settlers were here, how old that building can be to this minute. We are talking about the effects of the hazardous effects of asbestos, and a hospital in my local village is still an asbestos-done building that was being used by the colonialists. Madam Speaker, when we speak about the road network, as I have prosecuted my case, Madam Speaker, Nyandarua is the food basket of the country. This is where, if we are speaking about food security and we do not speak about Nyandarua, then the country can never be food secure. If we are the leading producer in all those produces that I told you about, Madam Speaker, and we do not then impact on the infrastructural development of our county, then ultimately, as it is, Madam Speaker, just today, Madam Speaker, I read a journal that Nyandarua farmers suffer 40% post-harvest losses in the production of potatoes. Reasons why we get post-harvest losses, Madam Speaker, is because it's very difficult for the farmers of Nyandarua to access markets. Reason being, the road networks in Nyandarua are very poor. You would be very, very surprised, Madam Speaker, that a constituency called Ndaragwa got its first tarmac less than 2 years ago, Madam Speaker. All our pending projects as it is, Madam Speaker, are all stalled. They are not going on. We actually feel, and we have been petitioning the current administration with the local leadership, our members of parliament, and all of us, that we must open that caveat that has been put that no new projects will be started, because if then that case stands, Nyandarua starts to lose so much, Madam Speaker, because in the last administration, not much was done in terms of road network. So, Madam Speaker, that's a matter that should and must be addressed in terms of road network. Maybe finally, or just before I finish, because I want to allow my colleagues to also comment on and give their contribution, Madam Speaker. Nyandarua County, that I represent in this Senate, Madam Speaker, has only one gazetted municipality. Just one gazetted municipality. Just one gazetted municipality. Initially, we would have two, but as it is, when delimitation of boundaries happened, one of our major sources of revenue, local revenue, was Nyahururu town, which was carved to go to Laikipia. We do not need and we do not intend to keep fighting about Laikipia. We want to grow and build our own county, Madam Speaker. We have towns that are that have potential of growing to become, we have local centers that have the potential of growing to become big towns. The town of Jambini, the town of Engineer, the town of Mairoinya, the town of Ndaragwa, the town of Boiman, all those towns, Madam Speaker, they have the potential of growing to become towns and big as municipalities. But if then we do not take services to those shopping centers so that they can be able to grow, Madam Speaker, how then do we intend to get new municipalities in Nyandarua where we are not deliberate in providing and giving resources to the effect of providing closer services in the said towns, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this era and time, in a very, very, very sad state of affairs, Madam Speaker, children of a place called Wangui in Ndaragwa Central Ward are still using a log as a bridge to cross to go to school. In this era, Madam Speaker, a town called Turasha, for a child to go to a school called Turasha, they have to go through a log that is being used as a bridge called Gashuha Bridge, and you can see, Madam Speaker, the kind of risks, especially with the heavy rains that we have. we have lost countless number of pupils, Madam Speaker. How much more then can our people suffer? If then we do not address these matters now, when then will these matters be addressed? If 60 years after independence, pupils are still crossing rivers using logs, Madam Speaker, they do not have any other way of accessing. Madam Speaker, if Madam Speaker, if I think my flow of thought was interrupted by the light because I thought I have spoken for 3 minutes. If, Madam Speaker, 60 years after devolution, the people of Kaimbaga, the people of Uruko, the people of Sumbego, the people of Surugoi, the people of Wangoi cannot get modern infrastructure, if we cannot address it now, then when will it be addressed? My final comment, Madam Speaker, and I would have commented this maybe in the earlier statement that we were speaking about. Madam Speaker, I speak here as an elder of the church. I have been raised and born and brought up in a very strong Christian family. I have been baptized in the AIC church. I am a very staunch member of the AIC church. And Madam Speaker, these matters, religion and spirituality, we then have to agree that we have to get a standard of how we shall address all these matters. Madam Speaker, how is it that right now we are speaking about this bill, we are referring and referencing to the Constitution, and we are able to speak in the same flow of thought. But another set of people reading the same Bible are getting different teachings from the same Bible. Madam Speaker, I don't know how many minutes I have. Maybe 2. My time is running out. It's not over. As I sign off, Madam Speaker, I would want to say this. I am persuaded by the sentiments of Senator Edwin Sifuna that we must get a standard of how we shall be interpreting religion and spirituality, so that we do not get ourselves into the same, the problem that we have found ourselves in the case of Kilifi and Shakahola and the bandit called Mackenzie. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Senator Oburu Odinga.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, speaking about Equalization Fund, it is important that we discuss the origins of it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the origins of Equalization Fund was a result of a very, very protracted marginalization of certain regions of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall that at independence in 1965, there was a paper which was introduced in this parliament called Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965. Madam Speaker, in that paper, which was read to this parliament by the late Tom Boyer, it stated that the country will grow, the stress of growth was stressed, or the economic growth was stressed as the main economic policy for the country. And Madam Speaker, in that paper, investments were to be directed to those parts of the country which could produce efficiently and effectively in the investment. That is, if you invested a shilling, the return would be high. Madam Speaker, that is what informed the growth. The investments in this country, all the investments were directed towards high-yielding or high-productivity areas of the country. And this excluded the more than 3/4 of the country, which is described as arid and semi-arid lands, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these regions were marginalized, and it was deliberate in the economic policies of the government of those days. And after the first government, the second government, even the third, marginalization continued. And Madam Speaker, during the drafting of the new constitution, it was thought, and wisely so, that there should be an equalization fund, which was an affirmative fund, Madam Speaker, which was not to last forever. Madam Speaker, this fund, which is called Equalization Fund, is not supposed to be permanent. It is supposed to effect equalization of those areas which were marginalized over a long period of time. Madam Speaker, since the promulgation of this new constitution in 2010, Madam Speaker, we have now covered more than about 13 years, Madam Speaker. 13 years, and this fund was supposed to last for 20 years, only renewable if Parliament so wished. But Madam Speaker, only 7 years remain of this period of 20 years. Madam Speaker, there is almost nothing. There's almost nothing, Madam Speaker, which has been done to effect this equalization, which was meant to be an affirmative action to bring up those regions which were marginalized to the same level with the other areas of the country where hitherto development investments were directed. Madam Speaker, it is a shame that we are actually, in my own view, overstretching. We are overstretching because this was directed towards certain constituencies which were mainly in the arid and semi-arid lands. But, Madam Speaker, when you now talk of 34 counties, of course, mine is also included. Madam Speaker, I think we are not being effective. We are being political. I think this fund has become more political than being directed towards equalization of those regions which were marginalized, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you spread little money, because we don't have money. Now, if we don't have the money, and you overspread the little money,
Would you wish,
what it will...
Senator Oburu, would you wish to be informed by Senator Halwale?
Okay, is my colleague. He can
Thank you,
inform me.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue raised by the Senator of Siaya invites me to inform you, and maybe the House, that maybe this is the reason why the Americans said that the Senate in America must be for senior citizens. What the Senator of Siaya is saying is correct according to the Constitution. But this bill is a conspiracy against Article 204, against the people from the arid and semi-arid areas. I want to inform you, colleague, that in this bill, Bungoma does not deserve the money. Two, Mr. Speaker, Kericho does not deserve. Kisumu does not deserve. Madam Speaker, in this list, Machakos does not deserve. Madam Speaker, Meru does not deserve. Murang'a does not deserve. Nakuru does not deserve. Nandi does not deserve. Madam Speaker, Siaya does not deserve. It is because the CRA has been held captive was held captive by the last Senate, who forced them to include counties of members of the then Finance Committee. If the senator of Machakos, who is crying Machakos, Machakos, if you go to Turkana, you cannot believe that anybody in Machakos here in Athi River can fight for water with Turkana. We should rise to nationalism. We just want 20 years, we bring up these areas as the Senator of CIA is saying. Mr. Speaker, I inform.
Senator Boni, are you debating the bill?
I
Or
was informing the Senator, and I'm so proud because CIA is one of them and he has refused. He's a great man.
Okay. President, Senator.
Honorable Halwale, I have not refused my county to get money because I cannot refuse money which is going to my people. But Madam Speaker, I'm speaking the truth. That if we want to equalize, if we want to use this fund for equalization of development, overspreading it, CIA is getting 48 million shillings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what are we going to do with 48 million? Even a county, even a constituency, getting 48 million shillings. I don't know what will happen to it. I used to get that money when I was a member of Bondo constituency, Madam Speaker, and it is a very, very small amount of money. This is just overspreading, and it is not going to make any difference. It is not going to make any difference in these constituencies where the fund is being given, Madam Speaker. So this bill, Madam Speaker, even though it is, giving money to quite a number, 34 out of 47 is quite big, Madam Speaker. I must say that it is not answering the original purpose for which Equalization Fund was set. And Madam Speaker, there is only 7 years which are remaining. And if it has not been disbursed, Madam Speaker, I think we are just playing politics by passing this bill, even though I support it because my constituency is getting something small. Madam Speaker, the other issue I want to talk about is my area. Madam Speaker, it is it could be right that this equalization fund perhaps is not being directed properly. But Madam Speaker, these regions, the arid and semi-arid lands, get a lot of rain for a very short time in the year. And when they get this rain, Madam Speaker, the only economically viable activity which should happen is water harvesting. They should be having huge dams which store this water, which they can use. Madam Speaker, it was a very pathetic situation where you saw cattle dying, you saw camels dying, you saw goats dying, and you saw people who are almost dying because of lack of water, and they are killing each other also because of looking for these resources, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious situation in our country. Sometimes it annoys me when I go back home and I find some people are distributing maize to my own area, playing politics with food, when there are areas which really deserve that food, and people are almost dying because of that food, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope, and that's one of the issues which you brought here, and I really respect you for it, Madam. When you talked of certain activities which should be done to create economic, to spur economic activities in areas which are marginalized, like those ones. Like, for instance, instead of letting those animals die, people should be educated to dispose of them by making hides and skin. Madam Speaker, there's a time when I was Assistant Minister of Finance, I was Chairman of Finance Committee of this Parliament, and I went with the Minister of Trade to Turkey. And while we were in Turkey, Madam Speaker, we went to see the leather industry in there. And Madam Speaker, we were told we saw the way they are organized. They are so well organized. And it is employing thousands and thousands of people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this thing called leather industry can employ thousands and thousands of Kenyans. It can create employment for our people. Madam Speaker, when we ask them why they are not buying skin from Kenya, why they are not buying hides and skin from Kenya, they informed us that they cannot do it because the way we slaughter our animals. The way we slaughter our animals is so primitive that we use just knives, and those knives spoil the skins. So our skins are not quality skins, which can be used for making the shoes. Madam Speaker, it was a big shame that we, in our own regions where we let these animals die, we cannot establish abattoirs, the big slaughterhouses, where can this skin, hides and skin can be properly slaughtered and treated so that we can access international market. We went to India, it was the same story. They cannot buy our skin, so we cannot access market just because we are not investing in areas which can create employment for our people and which can also, Madam Speaker, help to raise the marginalized counties to be equal to the areas where investments had been concentrated before. Madam Speaker, talking of the area where I come from, Madam Speaker, I want to inform the House that our area is endowed with the huge water resources, which is Lake Victoria. Madam Speaker, Lake Victoria is a natural dam, which is given by God. It is not built by any human being. It was given, we just found it there. Madam Speaker, for many years, the area was not allowed to use that water for irrigation and for production of, therefore, of food. But Madam Speaker, that area, that agreement which was signed by the colonial regime in 1929 was abrogated during the Kibaki regime. Now it is not there. But we need, because we are a water shadow, the water is evaporated, but it goes to the Nandi Hills and also to the other hills, and then it rains up there, but there is very little of it raining down around the lake. So, Madam Speaker, we should invest if we want to do proper investment. It is not 48 million. It is not. The government should be serious and invest in big dams, which we should use to irrigate our area, and that our area, Madam Speaker, can become a food basket for this country of ours, Kenya. Madam Speaker, I hope that whoever is in charge of this will listen and will take this seriously so that our country can stop, giving tokens. Madam Speaker, these tokens are political, and I don't support tokenism for pleasing my people to tell them that they are going to get money, which is 48 million shillings for the remainder of the year. Madam Speaker, I'm a seasoned civil servant, and I also know very well that within the short period remaining 2 months, there is no way the government, national government is going to use that money for any project in our country. Even the designing of the project itself, even the process of tendering, processing the tenders up to the time of award and starting implementation, it is impossible. So whatever we are passing here, Madam Speaker, it is, we are making a political statement, but Madam Speaker, the government should be serious in implementing this project, which is called Equalization, which is an affirmative action. It should be so that the people of Kenya who were marginalized for all those years, Madam Speaker, can start benefiting so that they can catch up with the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, I don't want to exhaust all my time. I want to thank you for the opportunity and thank everybody for listening. Thank you.
Senator Oburu Odinga. Senator Mungatana.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you and also thank the chair today for giving a chance to senators, honorable senators, to debate their full 20 minutes. I have benefited a lot, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, from wisdom of previous speaker today, previous speakers and previous senators who have spent 20 minutes, Madam Speaker, giving a lot of wisdom, and I agree with a lot of what they have said. Madam Speaker, I will start by saying that the basis of this Equalization Fund is that sessional paper number 10 of 1965 that was moved by T.J. Mboya. Madam Speaker, which deliberately created a policy of marginalization of areas such as Tana River County. And it created an equal development in an independent country, Madam Speaker. We were practicing apartheid by black Africans who had taken over this country, Madam Speaker. There was no change. The Muzungu went, the black man came to practice apartheid against counties such as Tana River. Madam Speaker, I stand here to say that 20 years that were given under the Constitution, Article 204, there is a provision under Sabbatical 7 that says that this term of 20 years can be extended. Madam Speaker, it is my prayer that before these 7 years are over, we will move a bill that will have bipartisan support that will enable us to move those 20 years to be increased. Why? Because, Madam Speaker, this apartheid against the areas that were considered unproductive has gone on since independence. We are now 54 years since independence, Madam Speaker. And we cannot say 20 years will bring the marginalized areas into the same level as those other areas that had gone before us into a lot of development. So, Madam Speaker, I will start by saying, although I support this bill, we must have hindsight within these 7 years remaining to make sure that we make changes in this bill. Madam Speaker, counties like Tana River, Madam Speaker, when this bill talks and the Constitution talks of areas such as water and roads, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the road network in Tana River County, in fact, let me start by saying, Hola, which is the county headquarters, it only saw a tarmac road, Madam Speaker, after the first governor of devolution who came in. Before that, there was no tarmac road. There is only one tarmac road that is a national government tarmac road that passes across the county, and it connects our county with other counties. Beyond that, there is no other tarmac road. Madam Speaker, administration after administration have lied to us because inside them, they are still carrying out the policy of apartheid against Tana River County and the northern area. So that administration after administration, when you go and tell them, put a tarmac road, Madam Speaker, you don't get it. You get empty promises. Yet you see neighboring counties here, right here, Madam Speaker, they have roads to their toilets, to their bedroom, to their everywhere. But for us, Madam Speaker, you don't see those roads. It is a shame that this country has continued like this for so many years. Water, Madam Speaker, we are passing in our county, Tana River. The river Tana passes right across the county. And Madam Speaker, you don't have piped water. Even after the establishment of these water bodies, they don't have, because they don't have the money to support the infrastructure for setting up water as is required under this law. So, Madam Speaker, we are speaking real marginalization. When Senator from Turkana was speaking, Madam Speaker, I was touched. And then I hear another senator, Madam Speaker, whom I don't agree with, because I passed through Makueni County, Madam Speaker. It is not the same like Tana River. And it is sad that my colleague is saying that even after we pass this law, he'll go to court. I want to tell him that this country will not agree to selfishness of that lecture, Madam Speaker. He is my chairman in the Christian Union of this parliament. But I'm surprised, Madam Speaker, that he would talk like that. He has not visited these counties to see what apartheid in black Africa after independence has done to the rest of us, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this forms now the basis of my submissions on the technical aspects of this bill. Madam Speaker, most of us have dwelt on only the political aspects of this bill. But Madam Speaker, I want to bring to attention of this House that some of the technical aspects of this bill are not helping the cause at all. Madam Speaker, there is an advisory board that has been set up under this bill. Madam Speaker, we need to amend this advisory board and its membership. If you look, Madam Speaker, the chairperson is to be appointed by the cabinet secretary. So we take that's a national government position. Another member of this advisory board is the principal secretary responsible for matters relating to finance. That's a national government position. The principal secretary responsible for matters of devolution. That's a national government position. You come down, the chairperson of the Commission of Revenue, on revenue allocation, or is represented, that's a national government position. Controller of budget. Madam Speaker, it is heavily laden by the national government. If you look at this advisory board, it is the same government that is talking to itself. Who are we inside here? It is given to us, one person from a pastoralist community, nominated by the National Assembly. One person nominated by the Senate. One person nominated by the Council of Governors. Only those, Madam Speaker. The rest are all heavy national government decision makers. And Madam Speaker, this is about the Equalization Fund. This is about bringing the marginalized areas up. If you are bringing the same person with the same attitudes from Treasury, from Controller of Budget, from CRA to come and dominate this board, Madam Speaker, we are not going to have good results. And I wanted to ask, Madam Speaker, why is the Senate being given one position alone? And Madam Speaker, we are the defenders of these counties in this, according to the Constitution. That's our prime job. I am proposing, Madam Speaker, that we must have at least 3 nominees who are coming from the Senate. We cannot be the same equal with the other bodies that have been represented in this bill. Madam Speaker, they have said the people that are going, the persons that are going to be appointed by the Council of Governors, the Senate, and the pastoralists by the National Assembly, they are to serve a period of 6 years. These others, they have not clearly set up their term limit. What I want to ask myself is, what was the reason to segregate? First of all, the national office holders are more than those who are from the counties. And then they have given only a specific timeline for these ones. And what was the reason? Why are they creating unequal people within the same board? Madam Speaker, if this board is going to serve for 6 years uninterrupted, let it be 6 years for every person. If it is 3 years, it should be 3 years. So we need to look at this law again, Madam Speaker, these technical aspects have not been looked at properly, and we might pass a bill here. We are thinking we are giving money to the counties, but this money is going to be controlled by people who have no feeling about what we will be saying here, no feeling about the appetite that has been happening in this county for those years. Madam Speaker, look at the powers of the advisory board. They have given the advisory board under the proposed article, section 10 of the bid. The advisory board is supposed to make recommendations to the cabinet secretary, you know, on the distribution of resources that have been provided under 204 for the water, for the roads, and so on. Now, we have already attached a schedule. And like one of my colleagues here has said, the schedule has gone down all the way to not only constituencies, it has captured even wards. So, Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the schedule, for example, from Tana River. And I know that this, this ward has this number of millions that they should expect. This ward, this number of millions. This ward, this number of millions. Then, Madam Speaker, we have voted. I have gone to my county and I've told them, we have given you this amount of money and it is coming to you when the allocations, when Exchequer releases become reality. Then there is another group that sits to advise the cabinet secretary how to distribute. Why are they taking the power from this Senate, Madam Speaker? This Senate has already passed a bill. And in that bill, there is a schedule. Madam Speaker, let us be careful. These people are going to take away the very power that we have allocated ourselves. We have already said how much money they are going to the wards. They are coming to say they are going to make recommendations on distributions. Why? These people want to frustrate what the Senate is doing today. And we must reject these powers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they also say they want to oversee, in consultation with the county governments, the implementation of the projects to ensure compliance with the Constitution. Madam Speaker, senators or the office of the senator is not mentioned here. Why? Why, Madam Speaker, do we want to legislate ourselves out of looking at monies that are going? We are not, what are they called? We are not flower girls, Madam Speaker. We want to be participants. The office of the senator should be part and parcel of these consultations, should be part and parcel. When the advisory body is looking for information, the offices of senators must be part and parcel of this consultation. They also say they want to put in place measures for transparency and accountability in the implementation of projects by county government. The office of senator must also be deliberately included. How can you talk of transparency when you are talking only about the county government? How can the policeman look after the policeman? How can the police, police the policeman? Madam Speaker, it's only the office of the senator within the structure of the counties that can be honest enough to point out what the problems are. So, Madam Speaker, we have to look again at these technical aspects of this board. If you look at the proposed Article 12 of the Section 12 of the advisory board of this bill, Equalization Fund Bill, Madam Speaker, again, they say what the board may do. They even say that the board can invite persons who are knowledgeable. In proposed Article Section 12B, invite persons who have knowledge and skills for the effective performance of the board. Madam Speaker, they have not provided for senators to come before them when we need, or if we want to address the board in writing. We are not allowed to go to that, but they are allowed to bring other people who are outsiders to come and talk to them. Madam Speaker, why should we not be given opportunities as senators to talk to this board? This board, Madam Speaker, is a way of us passing the money, giving to people, and then these people shut us out. Madam Speaker, we will be left as people who are just looking at the show as it's going on, and yet we are the people who gave birth to this Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, the proposed Article 13, Section 13 of this bill, they are talking of the board to incur expenses. These expenses, Madam Speaker, are supposed to be funded by the Equalization Fund. And I have a problem with this. This schedule has not provided for any monies for these people, which means the Equalization Fund is supposed to go direct to what we have agreed. If it is 20 million for Ward X, it should go 20 million Ward X. When we make provisions like this, that are saying that the people who are administering this board can incur expenses. Madam Speaker, out of this 10 billion, you'll be told 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion went into these expenses. They will correct trips, they will create trips to go to Dubai to study how administration is done. They will move from there, they will go to London, Madam Speaker, to study how equalization is done in Britain. Then they will move from there, Madam Speaker, they will go to China and they will look at how all those parts, the administrative sections of China are working. Madam Speaker, before you know, 5 billion out of the 10 billion will be spent on these people. We will not allow these sections to go like this. And I'm urging fellow senators to please look at the provisions, the technical provisions of this bill. Let's not just support it. Let us move amendments to this bill. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention the CEO, the qualifications they have put here. They need to mention that it must be a person from a marginalized area. They can't just leave it open like this, and he's the secretary of the board to this advisory board. Madam Speaker, this must change. We must have a CEO who comes from a marginalized area, apart from all those other things. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about the county technical committees. You will see they have established, put it under the county commissioners. Why, Madam Speaker? County commissioners, why? This means this bill has planned from the top to be dominated by the national government, then they come down to the county governments, they avoid the county governments, they want the county commissioners who will be taking instructions from the national government to control the project, to control the technical aspects of this project. Madam Speaker, the Senator's office is not represented. They've even brought the Constituency Development Fund managers. The Senator's office is not represented in any of these county commissioner, sub-counties and the committees that are supposed to come out with development project. Madam Speaker, we must not legislate ourselves into irrelevance. Let us not spend our time here creating jobs for other people and leaving ourselves out. We are not going to accept this kind of law, Madam Speaker. The principles behind this are good, but the people who, and I want to advise the committee that please, when you are doing these laws, don't come here and tell us county commissioners to stand for us. Why county commissioners? This is a devolved fund. It is being based on counties. Why are we giving county commissioners these jobs again? Madam Speaker, you can imagine in practical situation that committees, that technical committees are being chaired by a person of the national government who doesn't even come from that area, Madam Speaker. He comes from a different area. Maybe his area is not even marginalized. He doesn't care what you people are going through. And then he's the one who is supposed to chair a committee that is meant to give advice and propose the technical aspects of the development projects in this area. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask our colleagues in this House, please let us read this bill. Let us read it carefully. Let us bring amendments at the committee of the whole. Let us look at it again. Let us support each other because we want to pass this bill, but let us not pass this bill that will create a problem for ourselves. Because our people are listening. They are listening and they are hearing that Tana River County, the 4 constituencies got this amount of money, this amount of money. The wards got this amount of money. And then there is no money they are seeing. Then there is no reason why we should pass these laws. Madam Speaker, I support with amendments. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. Now, Senator Okech Edi Isheru. Kind, you will donate your minutes to your colleagues.
Madam Speaker, I've been very kind in the course of this session, but thank you for giving me chance to contribute on this motion. I will try my best to see what I can do with somebody like my chairperson in CPIC, Senator Osotsi, with regards to time. Madam Speaker, when we are talking about equalization today and the bill that is in the floor of the House, I wanted to start today by quoting one of my favorite philosophers called Frantz Fanon Omar. Frantz Fanon Omar was one of the best Francophone psychiatrists and, Afro-optimist, who was also a Marxist in his philosophies. And he said that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission and thereafter choose whether they are going to fulfill it or betray it. Today, Madam Speaker, as a Senate, we are confronted by asking ourselves, what is it that is our mission that we must either betray or fulfill? And Madam Speaker, this bill gives us that opportunity to do that internal assessment of what we stand for as a Senate, because in my view, this bill gives us an opportunity to actually examine to what level do we allow what I will call executive overreach in terms of empowering counties that we do have. And the reason why I bring executive overreach as the issue that we as senators of Kenya must today keenly look at and choose whether we want to betray this mission or to fulfill it is because fellow senators have quoted time without number the issue of section paper number 10 of 1965 that brought about marginalization of, to be specific, 14 counties in this country, Madam Speaker. At that time, there were regions that were seen as regions that cannot be able to contribute to any economic development of this country, to the extent that today, as my brother Senator Mungatana has just indicated, that today a kid in Tana River consumes 50 times less of electricity than a kid in Kiambu. Today, a kid born in Mandera County is likely 10 times to die out of diseases that are related to waterborne diseases than a kid that is born in Nyeri. Today, Madam Speaker, a woman who is struggling to give birth in the land of Samburu is likely 17 times to be able to die before giving birth, trying to figure out a road to get to the hospital, than a woman in Nyeri County. Why is this so? This is so because, Madam Speaker, of an executive decision that was made within that paper number 10, or paper section number 10 of 1965. And today we have an opportunity as a Senate. We are the 4th Senate of Kenya. We are existing under Article 96 of the Constitution, fundamentally to protect these regions against executive overreach. This protection is presented to us in 2 ways, Madam Speaker. Number one, if you read Article 96 of the Constitution, Sub-Article 2, it indicates that our role as senators, first of all, is to be able to fight for vertical resources, meaning resources that come from national government that then we divide with the county government so that the county government, first of all, secure their resources. And thereafter, we can talk about what we have had in the pot. That is why, under Article 96, subsection 2 of the Constitution, it tells us that we are mandated to actually protect counties through ensuring that everything that is under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, right from Article 110 to 113, is something that we must fight for. Now, Madam Speaker, after we have been able to secure resources from the national level, the Constitution, under Article 96, Sub-Article 2, then gives us the power for what I will call horizontal share of resources, which is the Senate should now be the primary function of this country that then helps all our counties be able to get the resources that we have secured from the national government equitably and equally. Now, Madam Speaker, why is it that as a Senator of Kenya today, I am concerned about executive overreach? People have quoted here, time without number, that Equalization Fund is something that they're willing to fight for and die for. But, Madam Speaker, we know that under Article 204 of the Constitution, this particular provision of the Constitution was brought to respond to the idea that the executive can make autonomous decisions on what regions get. To the extent that we wanted as a country, and we purposed as a people, that if a county like where Senator Mungatana comes from, or if a county like where Senator Rewa comes from, or if a county like where Senator Lelewe comes from, Samburu, that has been denied resources over time, has not been able to develop because they lack resources, then as a people, we are going to make sure that within the shortest time possible, 20 years to be specific under the Constitution of Kenya, we are going to make sure that they catch up so that we can develop as a people in an equal measure. So that today, everybody has equal opportunity as a people to move to the next levels. Then what happens, Madam Speaker? 2 years to 3 years after this constitution was adopted, there was no any focus on the 14 counties that, Madam Speaker, was supposed to get these monies. And then later on, 5 years later, without money going to these counties, the CRA, of course, mandated under Article 216 of the Constitution, decided to look at other marginalizations that came into place with this kind of executive overreach that denied some places resources. That is why we had about 34 counties that were then included with some small pocket of marginalization. Now, Madam Speaker, that doesn't mean that those small pockets of marginalization have the same suffering as the other 14 counties that were originally affected by section paper number 10. Now, why must Senate come out strongly against executive overreach? The Senate has come against executive overreach because if you have got a provision of the Constitution that gives you 20 years to be able to solve and correct a problem that was caused by the executive, the provision of the Constitution then gives these counties an average up to date of 54 billion. And today, the counties that are affected with within this provision have only received 12 billion. And out of this 12 billion, it did not even go to them, Madam Speaker. It was implemented by the national government to the extent that there are projects even that are affecting hospitals that are still stalled. These counties are not getting these monies, and we as a Senate, our first priority should be able to make sure that that allocation of 54 billion is given to the counties without any excuse. Before we even talk about what is the horizontal share among counties that we're going to get. And what is this bill before us today? Madam Speaker, this is the first bill. Over 10 years now, this is the first bill that attempts to give these counties money out of the 54 billion that the national government owes us. Therefore, it is upon us as senators to make sure that before we even look at the horizontal share, Madam Speaker, this 10 billion, we must make sure it goes to counties. And then even as we fight among those counties getting it, they have to get it. Because as I speak right now, Madam Speaker, I come from the Committee on Finance and Budget, and I do know that already in our committee, we have fought and we already have a bill to ensure that the next financial year, we can be able to unlock out of the 54 billion that the national government hasn't given county on this particular schedule, we can be able to unlock another 8 billion to 10 billion. So that at least these counties, Madam Speaker, we can't finish 2 decades of devolution when a kid in Turkana is still struggling with the idea of what entails clean water. that a kid in Turkana will drink the same kind of water that the animals that is looking at or she's looking at or she's looking after is drinking. This can only stop if, as a Senate, we are deliberate about stopping executive overreach on the issues of resources. And I want to urge senators from the other side of the aisle that when it comes to matters of devolution, we must remain senators. When it comes to matters of devolution, we must remain people who know that we only exist because those provisions of the Constitution makes it possible for us to exist to protect devolution. That's why I was very sad when we had DORA being passed in this House and senators did not engage with the magnitude of the issue that we are addressing. We are talking about a country where if you go to a place like Tana River, and you go to other border counties like Migori County, where I come from, Madam Speaker, and you go to a place like Bungoma and Malava, we know that the health function is a devolved function under Schedule 4. The national government sends its own officers to go and inspect healthcare there. Even in Mombasa today, Madam Speaker, think about the national government employees that are in Mombasa, that are working in Mombasa and are putting stress in the medical facilities in Mombasa, and then the people of Mombasa don't have money to be able to deal with these issues. When you talk about equalization, Madam Speaker, we know very well that there was an attempt to use things like even opening up casinos and gambling infrastructure in some of these counties so that at least some of the counties can be able to catch up. Today, if you look at Mombasa, Madam Speaker, we have 6 casinos. Out of these casinos, Madam Speaker, we have got 25 employees. The casinos end up making about 100 million, which is taken by the national government entirely. When this was an effort to make sure that some pockets of that region are able to make some money to regulate the kind of inequality in that area. And then the casinos end up only earning 8 million out of the 100 million. These are the things that we should be able to fight for, Madam Speaker. And I do want to urge my fellow senators as I finish, because I want to be kind to my colleagues to be able to get some time to also discuss this matter. Madam Speaker, the reason why it is important to have a process that is verifiable, that is scientific when you're dealing with issues of equality, is exactly for the purpose that I've said, that marginalization manifests in different places differently. In other places, it can manifest as an issue of education. In some places, it can manifest as an issue of lack of basic needs like food, water. In other places, like in Miurube, where I come from, it can in Migori, where I come from, the people of Nyatike who are going to get about a bigger chunk of the money that's going to Migori. Migori is going to get about 269 million, which I'm very grateful for. The manifestation there is the denied opportunity to be able to go to school, and the denied opportunity that for the first time in a sub-county like Nyatike, we are seeing as surpassing about 11 kilometers of tarmac road. It manifests differently. Therefore, the framers of the Constitution saw it best to put up a body that, one, can ensure that there is no executive overreach in dealing with these issues. That is why when you look at the way CRA is formed, the Commission on Revenue Allocation is formed under Article 215. Madam Chair, you find that among the people who are in that commission as members is the principal secretary in the Ministry of Finance. Why was that important? So that after the ministry has pronounced itself in the commission, they can't go again to gag politicians from the other side of the aisle to be able to do something contrary to what the CRA thinks. And if you look under Article 216 of the Constitution, we have CRA to help guide us where the provision has failed to give us an absolute direction. Then we can be able to deal with the matters of performance. And that is why when we were looking at DORA, the Commission did help us to look at how are we performing to the extent that we are not only using the previous last audited finances as a base for giving counties money, but also looking at what is the revenue growth potential of this country such that we can be able to look at that growth with regards to what national government gets and what the counties get. Then we as senators, Madam Speaker, choose to give the national government benefits of any excess of what has come beyond the last audited finances and choose to deny counties that. At what point, with which legal framework does the executive have to benefit from any excess of the last audited finances that counties are not allowed to get without fundamentally violating Article 2 or 3 of the Constitution? So, Madam Speaker, as I finish, I want to plead with fellow senators. Our functions are two in this House. Fundamentally, to ensure that we get vertical resources to our counties, and then to ensure that we make those horizontal resources equitably and fairly shared among our counties. This is something that if we don't do, I am telling you, we will kill the Senate by having executive overreach that will never allow our counties to grow. With that, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and I urge you to support it because it is going to make sure that the vertical trickling of resources to the counties begins with this. It is 10 years past the time that Equalization was put in place. We need not to wait anymore. We make sure this goes, we fight for another chunk, and then once we have fought for all the money, 54 billion that is owed to counties under this provision of the Constitution, then we can be able to fight for other issues among counties and make our counties grow together. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support and I hope that we will pass this bill and make sure that subsequent bills that are coming to do with the Equalization Fund are supported by either House without a bipartisan mindset. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam. Is she there?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Madam Speaker, in Kenya, we have two citizens. That's upper citizen and lower citizen. Madam Speaker, the bill, the name bill, Equalization Bill, means they have to equalize the two citizens from where we are in Mandera to be the same level in Kiambu County, in any other counties. Madam Speaker, in Article 43, said citizens must have a basic right services. That is health, water, road, electricity, and others. Madam Speaker, the bill provides service to marginalized people, marginalized area, so as to have water. In Mandera, last month, we have drought. We are complaining of shortage of water, animal dying, people dying because of water, kids not going to school because of water. But now, currently, there is rain, flood everywhere. If we use this fund properly, and if we make our target to have water the next 1 year, we have to now budget for major dams so that we can harvest the rainwater. Madam Speaker, water is essential, so the priority to harvest water must be the first priority. Madam Speaker, the flood infrastructure in Mandera is pathetic when it comes to road. It rains and it goes away with the road, and last month there is no electricity because the fuel is supposed to be transported from Nairobi to Mandera for the generator. But Madam Speaker, Northeastern, do you think we need a generator for electricity? No. Because sunlight, that place hot, we need solar system so that electricity will not be a problem to us. If we use this money properly, we don't need generator. We don't need, when it is raining and the infrastructure to Mandera is, the road is washed away by water, by flood, does it mean that Mandera is in blackout? So if we engage ourselves, transform ourselves where we are now, to utilize our natural light, sun, will be somewhere with other counties. Madam Speaker, the side of health, our people are coming all the way. Distance from Mandera to Nairobi is some 2,000, almost 3,000 kilometers. We travel from Mandera to here by road 3 days. Madam Speaker, if we transform our health sector so that we can get all services, which were now all our services there's no need of ferrying our people, sick people from Mandera to here. Madam Speaker, equalization, if we get this money in a refenced way, that because if we get this money, and because our governors might divert the money to other usage. So if we reinvest for water sector, for health, for road, we will transform our Mandera town. Madam Speaker, as our Senator Mungatana raised on board of directors, technical services, I agree with him. Marginalized people must be represented in the board of directors and technical teams, so that because they know what are the challenges in marginalized area. Madam Speaker, for those few remarks, I support the bill with changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miriam. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go on record as having opposed this bill. And the reasons, I am going to state them as I debate this bill. Madam Speaker, I want to concur with Senator Manzo and Senator Boni Khalwale that this bill is discriminatory. And I think Senate, in our own wisdom, we should not support this bill. I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, because my own county, Vihiga County, is among the counties which are not listed to benefit from this bill, Madam Speaker. And I know for sure that there are some places in my county which ideally should benefit from this fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have raised concerns with the CRA before on this, when they initially brought here a bill through the National Assembly, the Equalization Fund bill, and they listed about 36 counties, with the exclusion of my county. And I said there are a number of sublocations in my county which qualify to be marginalized area. In my county, there are people who stay on top of the stones. They can barely cultivate anything. There is no water, there is no roads, there is no health centers, and it's worrying that a commission that is funded by the taxpayers did not do a good job to identify some of those areas. There are places like South Maragoli there, places like Tambua, places like Jebkoyai, places like Emavungo. This weekend, past weekend, Madam Speaker, I visited a village called Emazi, which is in a Mavungo ward. And I could not access the place. I had to walk on foot, climb the hill, climb the stones to get to a school in that village which had been closed by the Ministry of Education because of lack of facilities. Madam Speaker, I will oppose this bill because I think the CRA, they need to review their policy. And that policy review process must be consultative. It must involve the leadership of various counties so that they can explain to them which areas require to benefit from this fund or not. Madam Speaker, I've looked at the policy that CRA is relying on. And if you look at the criteria of identifying marginalized areas, they are looking at things like legislated discrimination, things like geographical location, culture and lifestyle, external domination, land legislation and administration, minority recognition groups, ineffective political participation, inequitable government policy. Madam Speaker, these are abstract things. Very abstract. And then they go ahead and say the determination of all that will be done by expert analysis. Which expert analysis? We don't want a situation where a few professors or experts will sit somewhere and in a very subjective manner decide that based on all these, certain areas are marginalized and others are not marginalized. Madam Speaker, we are leaders who represent our regions, and we know which areas have problems. Vihiga County is a small county, densely populated, but I want to tell this House that there are some areas where people live in abject poverty. Serious poverty that you can never see even in Mandera. Even in Wajir, you can never see that kind of poverty. And my neighbor here, Cherege, knows there is a place called Jebukoyai, which you cannot grow anything. And the people who stay there are a Nandi community. Very poor place. And when I was looking at the list that was presented here, none of those particular wards are listed here, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I will oppose this bill. The second reason, Madam Speaker, is that we are passing this bill in the month of April. This bill will be processed, will go for presidential assent. This money will go to the counties. We are simply appropriating corruption in this house, Madam Speaker. Because it's too late in the day to appropriate money. We will send this money and it will be eaten. And the counties will say that they have done work there using county money and they will eat this money. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I am not willing to join those who are going to appropriate money for corruption. I will oppose this bill. Madam Speaker, I want also to indicate that Article 43 provides for economic and social rights. And I want to congratulate senior senator here, Senator Mungatana, for coming up with a bill on the preservation of human dignity and enforcement of economic and social rights. Madam Speaker, that is the most progressive piece of legislation that I've ever encountered in my parliamentary work. I want to urge the senators to pass that bill into law. But as we do that, we will be contradicting the provision of that bill if we pass this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. So, whereas I support the efforts to try and implement Article 43 of this Constitution, Madam Speaker, I am opposed to this bill because it is not aligned to the provisions of Article 43. Madam Speaker, I said that this bill is discriminatory because all the surrounding counties to my county, except Kakamega County, have all benefited in this list. If you talk about Kisumu, talk about Nandi, talk about Siaya, talk about Busia, they have all benefited. Vihiga is not there. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I'll oppose this bill. The other reason, Madam Speaker, as explained by the senior Oburu, that this bill, this equalization fund was meant for ASAL areas. But what has been done in this bill is political. Because if you analyze the figures, Madam Speaker, you realize that they have added other counties and given them very little money. Counties like Bomet, 25 million, Bungoma, 79 million, Busia, 16 million, Kericho, 81 million, Kisumu, 32 million, Lamu, 77 million, Machakos, 17 million, Meru, 40 million, Muranga, 7 million, Nakuru, 8 million, Siaya, 48 million, Taita Taveta, 17 million, Tarakanisi, 59, Trans Nzoia, 10 million. That comes to about 512, 13 million there. And this amount is not even half of what Narok is getting. So why didn't you just allocate this money to ASAL areas? And you forget about this. Instead of sending small pieces of money to counties which are outside ASAL areas. It is political. In fact, I know there is a conversation within CRA that this equalization fund, we should have a percentage that is shared in all the 47 counties. Maybe they should have done that instead of pretending that they have sent some money to some counties and they have sent them peanuts. We would rather give this 500 million to those ASAL counties like Tana River, Wajir, Garissa, Mandera, and the others, Narok, and the others. So, Madam Speaker, for that reason, I think this bill is political. This bill does not align to the framers of the Constitution who thought about the Equalization Fund, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I will oppose it. Madam Speaker, there is also a requirement under Article 2 of 4(6) that says, gives a sunset clause of 20 years. Madam Speaker, this 20 years is going to end in the next 7 years. I think it will be a good thing for Senate to introduce a bill that will increase the period for maybe another 20 years. And we only need half of the members of the delegation to pass that bill. And the National Assembly equally needs half of the members. So this is something that we can achieve in this parliament. Madam Speaker, this bill also talks about PFM regulations. Madam Speaker, if you look at this regulation, sometimes you wonder whether this House passed these regulations. Because these regulations are talking of an advisory board where Senate is underrepresented. One representative from the Senate. If you go at the county level, there is something called the County Technical Committee. We are not represented. The members of parliament are represented by, I think, 2 members. The chairperson of the CDF and a member of the CDF. The Senate office is not represented. How did we pass this regulation? Surely, Madam Speaker. How did we pass this regulation in this House? Why are we legislating ourselves out of work, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, I think even as we process this bill, I would request that the relevant committee must look at these regulations and make sure that these regulations are also factoring in the Senate. Because, Madam Speaker, at this rate, I am worried that very soon, based on what happened last week, where we even decided to go for a lower figure of the shareable revenue, that will be the trend. And we are slowly by slowly weakening this House and making ourselves irrelevant. So, Madam Speaker, for those few remarks, because I want to give others a chance to say something, I will join Senator of Makueni, and I can see Senator of Embu is signaling me. We are going to oppose this bill. 100% opposition to this bill. I think it should go back, and this is not the right time to introduce appropriations bill because we will be appropriating corruption. There are processes that needs to be done even after this money has been passed in terms of planning, project planning and all that, even counties to reorganize themselves, and even those committees. This bill will only help them to travel to Dubai, travel to the US for benchmarking. For that remarks,
order,
I
Senator
oppose the
Eddie.
bill.
He's already finished. What's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. 104. No senator shall impute improper motive to any other senator or to a member of National Assembly except upon specific substantive motion. Madam Speaker, is the senator of Vihiga in order to impugn that senators who are involved in committees that are respectively engaged in any way with this bill are going to start using this money to be in a corrupt way and doing, a number of things that are not that she has said in this House, Madam Speaker. Is that even in order? I know that he is aggrieved that maybe his county is not put, but Madam Speaker, you can't run and scratch your anus at the same time, Madam Speaker. If the Vihiga county is not in this bill, that's not an excuse to deny another child in Turkana food just because your child has got no same food. Can he clarify what he means by that corruption on members of parliament?
Senator Osotsi, that's a valid concern. Maybe it's important you address it. What you meant by the statement you have issued, is it based on fact, statement of fact, or
Madam
it's based
Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am so happy with the kind of energy that the Senator of Migori is displaying being a first-time member of parliament. I think that's commendable. But if the good senator listened to me, I did not refer to the parliamentary committee. I referred to the county technical committees, the ones that are in the regulations. The county technical committee has membership, which includes members of CDF, and it includes the county commissioner. That is the committee I was referring to, not the committee of parliament.
Senator Eddie, are you satisfied with that explanation by?
Madam Speaker, I wish he could substantiate how he had deterred the corruption of those officers.
Senator Otsotsi, take it up again.
Madam Speaker, you know, Eddie is my good friend. But I said that that money is likely to be misused through corruption. Likely. I did not say that those committees are corrupt, Madam Speaker.
I believe Senator Eddie is now satisfied. Honorable Senators, we still have 7 more requests that are pending to finalize on this debate. And I believe those 7 requests should come. What is your, Senator Mudigi? Is it a point of order or what is it? Eh? Is it a point of order?
Yes.
What's your point of order? And there is no senator on the floor.
Naunga mkono Senator Soti kwa yale ameongea kwa sababu ni usungu.
Senator Mudigi, I have not even granted you.
Pia naunga mkono Senator Soti ni usungu yako naye kwa sababu tuko majimbo 47 na jimbo zingine asina pesa. Ukiangalia kama upande wa Embu County.
Senator Mudigi,
wacha nimalize.
Are you now debating the bill or what are you doing? I had not Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 27th April 2023 at 2:30. Thank you.